purely literary in manner, purely literary. And the question again remains how this type of research or these research is taking place in language and literature going to contribute something in the development of India's economy. That question is here very fundamental. And in that case, I say that there are many more things that we can do here. Now, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and the whole academia of India is talking about being a Vishwa Guru. We want to restore, we want to regain that position once India enjoyed, that was Vishwa Guru. We want to, we offered so many things to the world, but nowadays this one-way process is no longer in existence. No. However independent we may be, however economically and technologically sound we may be, but no country can strive, no country can survive, or no country can operate without the process of giving and taking. So, in what way we can see there? So, Atma Nirbhar, that concept, I have certain reservation to that, but that Atma Nirbharta may be in certain cases, but not everywhere. So, in such cases, we need to learn about other things also. And there the particular topic that you are going to cover, that cultural studies is going to help us. That is a wonderful thing here. And what can be done here? Most of the time, the researchers and the research guides are uh, offering the topics which are purely, I should not use the word bookish, but purely literary. But we hardly attempt to see what cultural elements are there and in what way they are going to help us. That is wonderful thing there. Now we know that in South Asia, India is the prominent country. But my question is there, and all of you belong to English literature and language. My question is there, how many of us, including myself, have ever thought of studying culture of Pakistan, culture of Bangladesh, culture of Nepal, culture of Myanmar, of Sri Lanka, Malay, and all these things through literature? That question is very fundamental. I may pick up some book from Bangladesh or from Pakistan writer, and I may thesis submit and write a paper. But have we ever tried to see what culture is there and in what way that culture could be used, or the knowledge of that culture could be used for the benefit of India? Remember, uh, sometime back I said that the image of our neighboring countries or any country in the world that is available with us is the doctored one. It is biased one. Because I never visited Pakistan, or perhaps many of you must not have visited any country like me. But how do I know about that country? The comments of the politicians, the picture of the media that is presenting to us, that is my perception of that country. Whenever we utter the name of Pakistan, some negative image is there. But do the people of Pakistan have the same feeling for us? Surely they must be having, because their media is also working. But then we have to see why this enmity is there. No present Indian citizen has caused any loss to the present day Pakistani citizen. Then why this enmity? So we have to see, or we have to understand these people through literature over. So literature could be a bridge to connect people of the so many countries, and particularly our neighboring countries. And unfortunately, we are not very much happy with the performance that we are having with our neighboring countries so far. So that thing could be explored. Then we are having diasporic studies also. Diasporic literature or diaspora is one of the themes here. So here again, we know that so many Indians are PIOs. This word is also used, people of Indian origin. They may be NI, rather, so many people are living abroad in so many countries. And they are very much anxious that their generation, their posterity, or their children must know something about India, culture of India. So here again, we have to see that And again, I must refer to NEP 2020 once again, because there again, there is a plan that we want to offer some courses in Indology, some courses in Indian arts, culture, music, history, and so on. So that world should learn something from India. And here is the best opportunity, I should say, golden opportunity, that Indian universities, not only universities, even the college like Shivaji College may go for or may come forward and offer some course whereby maybe in online mode, some children or some youth of NRI families or PIO families may learn something, and that may generate some revenue also. The same could be said about post-colonial studies. Now, we cannot go for post-colonial studies unless we understand what colonial study is there. And that is again wonderful thing. We have studied R.K. Narayan, Mulkraj Anand, and so many people. But what we have studied there, and I primarily divide these things into three: one, colonial discourse, anti-colonial discourse, and decolonial discourse. We have to see how many writers from India have written in favor of colonialism. I have to also see how many writers of India have written against colonialism. And even today, I have to see what attempts are being made there to decolonialize that impact of colonialism that we are still having. And NEP 2020, once again, it is the first serious decolonial discourse that is we are going to have there. And the last thing that I would like to say, that is Northeastern studies. We want to internationalize our higher education. It is our ambitious project. But the most unfortunate thing with this is that everywhere there are some asmitas in the name of language, in the name of region, in the name of race, color, and so and so. I must say that I have heard from someone that when my friends or my young people from Northeast, they want to go to Delhi, they say that, perhaps I may be wrong, they say that I am going to India. They say that I am going to India. Means even after 72 or 73 years of independence, we have failed to make them understand that they are very much part of India. And some reasons are there. We see that by appearance, they look like some Nepalis or Chinese. And they face so many problems, so many harassment cases in Delhi. So through literature, that aspects also need to be addressed. What their resentments are there, what their I mean to say reactions are there, those things need to be studied through literature. And I'm sure that some of my observations, I won't say that they will channelize or they will guide, but they will definitely draw the attention of the organizer to these things, so that the research that is going to take place or that going to inspire will be channelized. So thank you very much. And lastly, I would like to congratulate Dr. Balasaheb Jadhav sir. He is my senior colleague, I should say. When I was there, we used to meet, not regularly, but often then we used to meet. And I must tell you that the wonderful performance Shri Shivaji College is offering or giving or proving in NAC and so many things, it is really praiseworthy. And I know that, sir, I know that it is not individual work. It is not individual credit. The whole team is there. So many visible and invisible hands are there. But leadership matters. And in that case, I must appreciate you. I must congratulate you. But as I said in the very beginning, that much more things could be done with this, sir. Much more things. I said in the beginning that Shri Shivaji College, Parbhani is FC of Marathwada region. FC is now autonomous. and our college, our Shivaji College, I say, our Shivaji College has got all the potential, all the potential. Even I can say more than FC. We know that in NEP 2020, the one term is that is ADC or AGC, or what is that? DGC, degree granting colleges or degree awarding colleges. But even I think that the option of autonomy is not closed. The option of right now deemed to be university is not closed. And I hope that I know that these things are not under our purview, but I know that we have potentials, and you definitely think in that direction. And I have all the best wishes to you. I once again congratulate all of you, and I extend my best wishes that all those learning outcomes you kept in your mind will come true. Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Over to you, Nitundi.
Thank you, sir, for your kind appreciation of the institution, but moreover, broad view that you have taken of the entire topics that are covered in this week-long training or research capacity building program by this college. So as a organizer, I am really happy that the first punch in this week-long exercise is purely of energy, and it gave the gist of the future direction that is required for this program. So thank you, sir, and I am sure that even in future also you would be helping us by all means to Sri Shivaji College. On behalf of Shivaji College, I extend my sincere thanks to you. Now we have with us uh, Professor Anjali Radkar, madam, from Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune, India. She is an eminent professor, researcher, and she is known for her action-oriented and high impactful research in the field of social sciences. She is a lady of social science, and her research has high social relevance. And now she is with us. I request Honorable Professor Anjali Radkar, ma'am, to give us wishes and say a few words. I know that you are going through physical weakness, but your love and your passion for work has brought to you amidst us. So once again, I request Professor Radkar, ma'am, to say a few words and oblige.
Thank you, Dr. Nitonde. Thank you for your invitation. And at the outset, let me congratulate you for receiving this grant and, of course, starting this program. So, before I start,
Let's wait
Perhaps
for
she got disconnected.
a while.
privilege in some sense, because uh, you have earned this grant basically for the capacity building of the language, and that is something which is very unique. I mean, in the social sciences, we have several opportunities where we can write for the grants, where we can get the projects, but unfortunately there are very few opportunities for the research in the language.
I think there is some network issue.
Having this grant and doing this, and I'm sure that it will really this really will be helpful to all um, such colleagues of yours and our researcher friends to do something, because once you have the opportunity, once you learn something, then definitely all of us have the I'm sure definitely they will carry something very valuable during this process. I won't talk a lot, and I stop here with once again the thanks to you all. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Professor Adkar, ma'am. Uh, I have seen in meetings of the MMC also, you are very much cooperative and you are always ready to extend your helping hands to the others, particularly the young researchers. So we need your guidance in future as well as during the course. Whenever we come across the difficulty, we will be calling you and troubling you. So thank you for your well wishes. And for the young audience, I must say you that as you have heard about stride has three components: component number one, component number two, and component number three. Component number one is with us, Sri Shivaji College Parvani, and component number two still to be declared by the UGC. And for component number three, Professor Anjali Radkar ma'am is one of the 12 researchers in the country who are identified as the PIs for component number three of UGC stride. So I take this opportunity to congratulate Professor Radkar ma'am for being the PI for UGC stride component number three on behalf of MSP Mandal Sri Shivaji College, Parvani. Let's give a big applaud to Professor Radkar ma'am for being the one of the 12 people in the nation. So thank you, ma'am. Before we move ahead, let me check whether our Vice Principal, Dr. S.N.K. Shetty sir, is there. No. Yeah. We have now the the much awaited person to speak. I must apologize, Professor Mike Sabu sir, because exactly it is 1 hour he has joined the meeting and he was listening us patiently. Salute to his patience. And now I must tell you that why Professor Sabu is here with us. See, in Indian context, we have departments of English language, we have departments of English language teaching, we have the departments of literature, then English as second language, English as foreign language. These are the departments in the Indian universities. But Professor Michael Sabu hails from the Cummins University at Bratislava, one of the prestigious universities in Slovakia, and he is from the Department of Natural Sciences. Just imagine a teacher of English in the Department of Natural Sciences. And what he does there is the purpose why he is with us. He teaches people there how to write scientific things in English. So he is the teacher of scientific writing. So professor of English, who was born in Canada, educated in London, traveled many countries of the world, and now teaching scientific writing, professional writing, and research writing to the science researchers in Slovakia. So this is a wonderful thing. He has written many books, particularly his book entitled English for Academic and Specific Purposes is a very much popular thing among the students as well as academic fraternity. I take this opportunity to welcome Professor Mike Sabu sir in this workshop and request him to say a few words at the inaugural, and later on we have one dedicated session by Professor Sabu. So sir, please, your inaugural address as the inaugural guest for this uh, research capacity enhancement program. Over to you, Professor Michael Sabu, sir.
Okay, Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. Yes, I would like to just say thank you very much to Dr. Rohinda Ntonde, as well as to you, to Dr. Jadhav, to the president of Sri Shivaji College. It's a great honor to be speaking here today. It's for me, it is a wonderful thing to share my knowledge of scientific writing, as well as its part, its integral part, I would like to say, in all the scientific research, whether it's data collection, whether you're doing field research. The end product is our publications and sharing our knowledge with everybody around the world, whether it's in Canada or here in Slovakia, where I'm talking to you now, or in India. So I would like to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I wish you all the success in the world in this week, in this wonderful training program. Namaste, namaskar, and dhanyawad. Would you like me to say something else, or would you like me to continue into my presentation?
Now we'll be having the presidential address, and then we will conclude the inaugural function, and then we'll be having your session on the technical writing. Okay. After okay, just 5 minutes we'll be having that one. Thank you, sir, for this inaugural interaction and being with us. I could see on the screen our Vice Principal, Dr. K. Shetty, sir. So I request him to say a few words at the inaugural of this. That would be followed by the presidential address by Principal Dr. Balasaheb Jadhav, sir. Prior to that, over to you, Dr. Srinivas K. Shetty, sir, Vice Principal. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Good morning, one and all. Am I audible, Dr. Ntonde?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, one and all. Honorable Principal of our college, Dr. B.U. Jadhav, sir. All the eminent resource persons from various parts of the country. Our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Ntonde, sir. My colleague, Vice Principal Nandapurkar, madam. I am here to give best wishes to this workshop or training program under the STRIDE scheme of UGC. Our college has organized this 1 week training program for the English language and literature, for the researchers in English language and researchers in the literature. So we have been organizing various programs for the benefit of the various stakeholders. So this time we have come up with a training program under the UGC STRIDE scheme, that is a research capacity enhancement program in English language and literature. So I am confident and sure that this program will be a successful program, because we have organized many programs in the previously. So it was the need of the hour to organize such a program for the researchers in undertaking research in literature. So I wish all the participants good luck, and I assure you that this program will be a successful program, and you will definitely we will be able to meet the expectations of all the participants. So I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Srinivas K. Shetty, sir, for your well wishes. Actually, friends, you should all know that we are having the president today, Dr. Balasaheb Jadhav sir, and we are having two lifelines in our college. That is Professor S.N.K. Shetty sir, the vice principal who talk now, and the other vice principal, the HOD of English, Dr. Nanda Purkar ma'am, who is busy today in the exam meeting, emergency meeting of the exam. So we'll be meeting her tomorrow morning. Thank you, Professor K. Shetty sir, for your well wishes. Now, may I take the privilege to invite our beloved principal, Dr. Balasahebji Jadhav sir, to give his presidential address. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Rohidas, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Pretty clear.
The keynote speaker for UGC STRIDE Research Capacity Enhancement Program, Professor Mike Sabu from Bratislava, Slovakia. Inaugurator, Professor R.D. Bedre, Director HRDC, Dr. Hari Sinha Gaur, Sagar Central University, Sagar. UGC STRIDE MMC member, Dr. Anjali Radkar ma'am, Dr. Nirja Gupta ma'am, and dear participant friends. First of all, I welcome you. I am excited to see you all here on this program. We know that this program is not
It seems that there is a network issue. Let's wait for a couple of minutes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Principal, sir, we are unable to listen you, sir.
hello.
Yes.
Hello, Rohidas.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
Am I audible?
Sir,
Yes,
sir,
yes.
now you are audible, but you have to begin from the beginning because we were unable to listen anything.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Namaskar. The keynote speaker for UGC STRIDE Research Capacity Enhancement Program, Professor Mike Sabu from Bratislava, Slovakia. Then inaugurator, Professor R.T. Bedre sir, Director HRDC, Dr. Hari Sinha Gaur, Sagar Central University, Sagar. UGC STRIDE MMC member, Dr. Anjali Radkar ma'am, Dr. Nirja Gupta ma'am, and dear participant friends. I'm excited to see you all here on this program. Rohidas, can I hear?
Yes,
Sir,
sir.
you are audible.
Yeah. We know that this program is not like our regular program because it has the first time 20 eminent academicians from India and one from Slovakia in English. We have willingly come together to discuss and develop our research skill and innovative, critical and reflective thinkings. Here in this course, all our experts will explore both basic and advanced techniques of research in English. You are lucky to get in touch with these renowned scholars in the field of English. Faculty from 3 IITs, 2 institutes, Institute of Eminence and 3 central university and state universities have expected our invitation and they will guide you all. This is a new beginning in the history of Indian higher education. I look forward so as future eminent scholars in the field of English I'm sure that your active involvement not only enhance your research capacity, but also create your impact in your field. UGC Stride aims at building a network of scholars in the country. I'm happy to see you becomes an official part of this national network of research in English. I'm sure that Dr. Rohidas Nitunde, Stride Project Coordinator, and Dr. V.S. Nandapurkar, HOD, and Vice Principal of our college, and their colleague in the Department of English will try their best level to make this course the grand success. In the end, I extended my thanks to the invited expert speakers and best wishes to the participant teachers and scholars. And also I welcome Dr. Nirja ma'am and Radkar ma'am and all the resource person. With these few words, I welcome again all of you and I stop here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I'm very happy to share with the participants. Those, as you said, have become the official members of the national level networks of the English teachers under the Stride project. Even Professor Radkar ma'am is also looking at it. And see, this is really a beginning that we together have come under a banner of UGC Stride, and your vision of future is that you want all of these people to be eminent researchers in the coming time. So a generation of the researchers in the field of English language and literature would be shaped through this scheme. As though ma'am Radkar ma'am could not say all the things that she has in her mind, but she has advised me that Dr. Nitonde, see that this project lasts long. The duration of the project is for 3 years, and once you take certain selected participants, don't leave them away once the week-long program is over. So it is her standing instruction. She always insists that keep them always with you. Try to engage them this way or that way, and make a sequence or series of programs, say for a year or say a couple of years, so that this network not only gets established but also results into impactful eminent researchers. So thank you, Principal Sir, for your vision and wishes. And I should tell my friends, those who know me personally as Dr. Rohidas Nitonde, they have seen that how charismatic our Principal Sir is. I would like to call him Midas touch. A golden touch is with him. Whomsoever he touches, that person becomes gold. So such a principle we are having, and we think that we are fortunate to have you, sir, as our academic leader. But the participants in this course, they would also be getting Midas touches from your side, from Sri Shivaji College side, or by the hands of the resource persons that we would be inviting. So thank you, Principal Sir, not only for being here and presiding over the inaugural function, but for the wholehearted support that you are extending for execution of UGC Stride scheme here at our Sri Shivaji College, Parbhani. I know that for a long time I am talking, but now it is time for us to propose a vote of thanks for the eminent persons, guests, and the resource persons for today. And as I said that in this project, from right from the beginning, proposal designing to the execution of this project, who is equally with me is my friend Shri Vijay More, who is the registrar of this college. I would like to request Shri Vijayji More to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural function of UGC Stride Research Capacity Enhancement Program in English. Over to you, Shri Vijay More, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. At the very outset, I would like to express my deep, sincere gratitude towards our mentor and leader, Principal Dr. B.U. Jadhav, sir, for accepting the chair of this inaugural function of UGC-sponsored Research Capacity Enhancement Program in English under the UGC STRIDE Component 1 scheme. Our sincere thanks are also due to Professor R.T. Bedre, sir, who is the Director of UGC HRDC, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Sagar University, Sagar, MP, for accepting our invitation, as well as for his chief guest address. Sir, we are very much thankful to you for your warm greetings. Your chief address was very thorough-provoking, and really we are thankful for that. We are really appreciate kindness and generosity of Professor Michael Sabu, sir, who is from Cummins University of Bratislava, Slovakia, for accepting our invitation as keynote speaker. Sir, you really deserve a pat of applause for accepting our chair. Words will be inadequate to express our sincere sense of gratitude towards the pillar and building lamp of this STRIDE program, Professor Anjali Radkar ma'am and Professor Principal Dr. Nirja Gupta ma'am, who are the members of this MMC STRIDE committee. You both have given us the guidelines, and on which these guidelines we are moving up. We are very much thankful to the lifelines of this college, Vice Principal Dr. S.M.K. Shetty sir and Vice Principal Dr. V.S. Nandapurkar ma'am for their kind presence and address. Last but not least, as Dr. Professor Bedre sir has rightly pointed out, I am very much thankful to the grandfather of this STRIDE program and PI of this STRIDE Component 1 scheme of this college, Professor Dr. Rohidas Nitunde sir. And with the kind permission of the chair, I declare that this inauguration program is over. Over to Dr. Nitunde sir.
Thank you, More sir, for proposing the vote of thanks. And as you know, dear participants, we are directly moving to the first speaker, the keynote speaker, the one who will begin the week-long training program for the researchers and research supervisors in the field of English language and literature, because it is essential for us to know how to write the things, because writing is the thing that lasts long. Conducting survey, collecting data, interpreting data, and finding conclusions is pretty important, but much more than that is how you present your research is important. And so we are having a session by Professor Mike Sabu sir, who is expert. For last 2 decades, he has been a teacher, practical teacher to many researchers and scientists. He has taught several scientists in natural sciences in how to present their research through research writing. So we'll be having the session by Professor Mike Sabu sir. So without taking much of your time, I would like to request Professor Mike Sabu sir to begin his presentation. Thank you, Sabu sir. So let us begin the session. Once again, hearty welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Namaskar, everybody. So thank you. It's great to be here today. I'm here talking to everybody from the capital city of Slovakia, actually. I'm in Bratislava. I don't know if any of you or how many of you have actually ever visited our country. It's in the middle of Europe, and I'll explain a little bit of it later. I'm just going to share the screen with you. I have a presentation, so you will be able to see me speaking in the smaller screen. However, I've organized my talk today into a PowerPoint presentation. let's see if I can get this up here. So yeah, my university, or the university that I teach at, is called Comenius University in Bratislava. I've been a lecturer of oral communication and professional writing. These are my main courses here at the university, at the Department of Languages. Our faculty is actually the Faculty of Natural Sciences. Comenius University is divided into 13 faculties. You can find faculties almost everywhere throughout Slovakia. Slovakia is a very small country. It is not a large country. It's not large like India or Canada. However, it's a small but very dynamic country in the middle of Europe with a population of 5,400,000 people, and with a wealth of talent and knowledge here. And so Slovakia is developing also in the field of sciences. In fact, it's very well developed. The Slovak Academy of Sciences is a participant or participating institute with Comenius University, and specifically with the Faculty of Natural Sciences here. So I began here at the university about 7 years ago. I've worked at other universities in the past. As I said, or as Dr. Mitonde introduced me, I do come from Canada. I am Canadian. I was born in Canada. You might be asking why I'm in Bratislava in Slovakia, which is interesting, a great question, because I would like to basically say that my journey through life has just been a lot of wonderful opportunities that presented themselves to me at wonderful or interesting times in my life. And I came to Slovakia basically in 1993 on a vacation, and I stayed here. I was offered an opportunity to teach English. At that time in 1993, Slovakia was a very new country. It emerged from the former Czechoslovakia. It was also a post-communist country. This was the Eastern Bloc, not part of the Soviet Union, but it was a very difficult country to visit, and even a country that was very difficult to even leave. So there was very limited contact between the West and the East. However, with the events in 1989 that happened in Europe with the fall of communism, the Berlin Wall, transitions all throughout the region, and Slovakia emerged as an independent country. So I was really happy to take the opportunity and to begin teaching here. So let's fast forward. 28 years later, here I am sitting here in front of you, speaking to these wonderful, amazing people all throughout India and elsewhere. It is a wonderful privilege for me to be sharing all my knowledge or at least a part of my knowledge of what I've learned about how to organize and to create an outline and manage your time when you have to create a research paper for publication. Maybe it's not for publication specifically. Maybe it's just something your supervisor, your mentor, your teacher just requires you to create an essay. So I'd like to go through some of the aspects of, not so much about the gathering or collection of data, but it's part in the whole process of coming to the end product of creating a research paper for publication. Okay, so here's the title of my seminar for today, or for my talk today. So the importance of using an outline, but also the importance of revisions when writing a research paper. The revisions are key, okay? We can write many things on many pieces of paper. We can organize everything. Organization is also one of the key things that we need to remember. However, revision is equally important. We have to go through a whole checklist, look through all the spelling errors. We have to find synonyms, words that can create a livelier, more interesting paper. Okay, there are publishers all throughout the world who are looking for originality, not just in the work, but also in the writing itself. So as I said, in front of you, you can see a map of Canada here. I was born in Montreal, and I grew up outside of Toronto. I now live in Slovakia, which is indicated in red right there. Bratislava is the capital of Slovakia. It's a beautiful city. It's not very big, maybe about 600,000 people. And here is the university that I work at. And this is Comenius University. This is the downtown campus. Actually, my campus, where I'm sitting right now, you can see behind me, I'm in my office. However, it's not so visually appealing as the downtown campus. Okay. So when we get started writing a paper, well, the first thing really is like, where do I actually begin? Many of us are given the task of either, from the supervisor or the teachers, as I said, we're given a timeline, or not so much a timeline, but perhaps a deadline. Okay, we need to submit our finished product on time at a certain date. But with lots, I don't know about people in India, for sure, as well as people here in Europe, many of us are what we call procrastinators, okay? So we do have our notes, as scientists and researchers here at our faculty, we love going into the laboratory. We love the experiments and going out into the field and collecting our data and comparing our data and so forth. But many of us, we don't like to write. Scientists generally, we enjoy seeing the results, but we don't actually like writing it on paper. Okay, so the problem here at our university is that we have several procrastinators who tend to leave the writing part of the entire research process as something less relevant or having very little important or less importance or insignificant as compared to the data collection and the research and the experiments and creating all the statistics and all that. So generally, basically what happens is that our students do something called an all-nighter, and they tend to stay awake all night, for several nights before the due date, and basically they come up with a mediocre writing. And so very often the publisher will send back the research paper for future revisions, or just outright completely reject it. Okay, so one of the things that I generally recommend is when you do get your assignment is to begin right away. Okay, start either that day, or even better, start the exact, that moment that you're given your assignment. Start thinking about all the research that has to be done. Okay, and start also thinking about a calendar. Okay, think about your goals and objectives throughout the whole process, from the beginning, from the date that you're given that assignment, or the moment you're given the assignment, all the way to the morning or the afternoon that you have to actually hand it in to the professor. So, but how do we get started? It's funny because I think about all the things I've written in my life and several of the articles that I've published. And when I look back at how I actually began those writings, I tended to follow a kind of a tried and true I guess it's more of a concept. In Canada, we like to look at something called the 5 Ws and how. Okay, meaning the 5 Ws are the great questions, when, what, why, who, where, and of course, how, okay? So one thing is that when you do have that piece of paper or you do have that Microsoft Word document in front of you, the empty page, a good thing is to start plugging in these words and then answering these questions, have that conversation with yourself, okay? So when you're talking about who, for example, think about all the people who are involved in the research. Think about the literature. These are going to create your annotated sources, your bibliography, okay? All the other researchers on your team, your supervisor, your mentor, okay? Surely there must be more people than yourself who has done research or has previously done research on this subject. Ask yourself what, okay? So what was research, or what am I to research? What specifically am I to focus on? What are the problems, the purposes, and the motivation for doing this research? And of course, think of the outcomes. What do I hope to learn? When you come to where, okay, think about where was it done? Was the research done in a laboratory? Okay, was it done in a field? Was it done in India? Was it done in Canada, in Slovakia? All the places that, even the sources of your data, statistics, anything like that, all the places that came, to this place, on your desk to create this paper. So think of the where as well. Of course, we have 3 more questions, okay? You always have to keep in mind, when did I do this research, okay? Time constraints, time limitations. Was it done in the summer? Was it done in the winter? Okay. Was it done in the morning? Okay, evening. All of these are factors that could, have significant, effects on your results. Okay, as well as your data and so forth. You also need to ask yourself, why am I doing it? So why is it so important, that I'm answering this question, my problem statement, my thesis, okay? Why, why is it important, not only to myself and to the field of studies, but why is it important, to the world at large, to the general public and other researchers, who may be either interested in my work and can use it and utilize it or expand on it as well. And of course, with how, okay, and this is our methods, okay, our methodology. How did I get my results? Was it through experiments, statistics, and observations? So once you've answered all of these questions, okay, you've basically got at least 1 page of something. It's almost like a bacteria culture where I can have something right there that I can grow and develop, okay? From all of these questions, what, where, why, how, when, okay? I can take key words from each of these questions and I can actually use them as part of my keywords. Remember, we're only thinking about writing the research paper. We don't want to go to the end product right away. We're only at the beginning, and this is just a draft. So write down as many keywords as you want. Normally, we write about 5 keywords per research paper, but I suggest actually just write 10, 20, even 30 keywords if you need to. Because later on, we're going to select the best keywords that are appropriate for the paper. This is all part of revision, okay? We're going to create something that is big, kind of ugly, not, probably doesn't have too much order. And then later, we're going to organize everything, structure everything. We're going to add the details, and we're going to clean up the paper so that the end product is readable and understandable, to anybody who has access to it. Okay. So, as I said at the beginning of this seminar, that an outline is so fundamental. It's imperative that one creates an outline instead of leaving everything until the very last moment to do their paper. I'm going to show you a 6-minute video of a squirrel. Okay, if you know what a squirrel is, it's an animal that we can find in many places around the world. And in Canada, at the University of British Columbia, in the far west, in the city of Vancouver, I don't know if you can see my cursor, way over here in Western Canada, at the University of British Columbia, the UBC Writing Center, which actually closed down in 2015. It was changed to, well, actually, I don't even remember the name, but it's not important. The Writing Center, the Writing and Resource Center, still, has a wealth of material and help for teachers such as myself here in Bratislava, or teachers such as you in India. You can still find their materials online, and they're available publicly. And so I'm going to put on this video here. I'm going to stop the screen for one moment. It's in English, and I hope that the grammar squirrel will be actually helpful to you. Hang on a second here. Here we are. Okay. Let me just put on the, okay, so I've got some subtitles here. They're not the best, but I'm going straight from YouTube. Unfortunately, the copy that I have doesn't have the generated subtitles, so I ask you for your patience.
Here at UBC, as part of an ambitious project involving instructors, staff, and talking squirrels, we are developing videos to help you with your writing skills, because communicating science effectively is an incredibly important part of being a good scientist. Grammar Squirrel is writing a journal-style paper for her conservation class about the plight of the European red squirrel and how it can be helped. This species is becoming rare due to a number of factors, including competition from the grey squirrel. She understands the importance of including lots of relevant sources and their citations in her paper, which will come from the work of other people researching similar things. As a result, she's been doing lots of reading. The night before her paper is due, she sits down to put her thoughts into text. But as the minutes tick away all too quickly, she realizes that she's partitioned too much time for research and not enough for writing. And that's actually the least of her problems. Despite the depth of her content knowledge, she's finding it really hard to construct a logical piece of work, or even to focus on a central idea. Many of her paragraphs are repetitive, or they don't link well with one another, and there's too much focus on some points compared to others. At this point, it's all too much to take. And the next day, a tired and disheartened grammar squirrel submits her paper. And a couple of weeks later, she's upset, if not surprised, when she retrieves her graded paper. However, the tip to use an outline gets her thinking. Grammar Squirrel has heard about using outlines before, but she doesn't know where to begin creating one. So, to find out more, she decides to visit a tutor at the Writing Center. The tutor tells her that it's a good idea to make brief, summary-style notes when she's first reading material that might be usable. And she also says to make sure she doesn't lose track of which sources the information comes from, because she'll need to cite these sources in the final paper. Because the paper she's writing is supposed to be in journal article format, much of this background reading and supporting information will add great detail to the introduction and discussion sections. Then, she says, it's important to plan how to logically approach the piece of writing you're about to produce. This will involve breaking it down into different sections that you'll need to address before you start writing anything.
I'm just going to pause it right there for a moment. So you can see, even before you begin anything, there is a certain degree of organization and preparation that's required. One thing that I really like in this method is, well, we're going to describe in a moment, actually have 3 pieces of paper instead of 1, okay? Now, this piece of paper that you can see the hand here is that they're writing all the sections that are going to be part of the research paper. These are the general sections that we all know about, the introduction, the methods and materials, your results, discussion, conclusion. We have some subheadings and so forth. And, if you put all those headings, very similar to doing, the who, what, where, why, and when, you already have, parts of the research paper that all you need to do is basically plug in your data and your statistics, okay? While you're doing it, okay, you're also creating, part of your bibliography, because you're reading the research, you're finding all the literature that's involved, all the background, and you'll find that the 3rd page actually is your bibliography. So I'll continue with the video.
Imagine the contents page of a book. That's roughly what the outline should look like, with each chapter taking a new direction, building on what came before. The tutor says that once the outline is complete, Grammar Squirrel should go back to the summarized notes from all of her reading and brainstorm from these how and where she can add them in as sources and citations in her paper by using the outline as a framework.
Okay, so you see what I mean. The page on the left, you have all your notes, okay? Only you know what those notes actually say or what they mean. My handwriting is just terrible. I write like a doctor giving out prescriptions, but I understand it, okay? However, the general reader most likely wouldn't understand my notes though. But nevertheless, it's fine. I've got my outline that's going to help me organize my notes.
You should also start to plug some of this information into the outline at this point. For example, some of that information that Grammar Squirrel read about increased acorn prices lowering birth rates, that would fit nicely into the introduction. Once that information has been plugged in, it's time to use the outline and go and write paper. It's usually best to do this draft in one sitting and then leave the editing for another day. And remember, a draft is just that, it's a draft. So don't spend too long perfecting sentences at an early stage. It's a good plan to wait at least 24 hours before reviewing that first draft with fresh eyes. When the day of editing does come, try to make sure there's only one main point per paragraph, and then make sure that information moves from general to specific within each of these paragraphs. The reason for this, says the tutor, is that you should ensure each paragraph begins with a topic sentence, which is basically a general summary, or a signpost, if you like, of what the reader can expect to read in that paragraph alone.
I'm going to pause it again right here. So, you're moving from general to specific, okay? One thing, it was recommended, of course, to wait 24 hours, go to it with fresh eyes, and that's fine, that's fantastic. So when you do this, you have all your topic sentences, okay? However, I also recommend do this second draft, but also do a 3rd draft, okay? And between each draft, take at least 24 hours or 48 hours, come back to it with fresh eyes. You'll see everything again, all your typing errors, spelling mistakes, perhaps you don't like something. You'll find all those things that need correcting, and then you can do a final revision in that way. But what is nice though is with all these topic sentences, basically the reader should be able to just go through all the pages of your article, of your manuscript, regardless of how long it is, and get a general idea of what you are writing about, from the introduction all the way to the results. And also keep in mind that these topic sentences can be very helpful in creating the abstract. Okay, nowadays in the age of the internet, an abstract is so important. It needs to be so well written. You're competing with so many other abstracts from all over the world. So these topic sentences have to be, okay, they really have to speak for the entire paper.
If someone is in a real hurry, they should be able to read the topic sentences alone and have some idea of the argument you've made and the logical path that it has taken. Finally, says the tutor, make sure each sentence within all the paragraphs transitions smoothly and logically into the next one. To help with this, she advises the use of short, succinct words or phrases, like these. With all of this useful information now locked away in her brain, Grammar Squirrel heads home with a good feeling about her next paper. So this time, as she's doing her reading, she makes those little summaries that she was advised to, and then she draws up her outline a few days before starting to write her paper. When it comes to writing, Grammar Squirrel puts her thoughts into text fairly quickly, and by using her outline, she feels that the level of detail is appropriate in each section, which leaves her with some time to chill out in front of her favorite show before bed. Then, in a couple of nights' time, she sits down to begin the editing process. In doing this, she checks that all of her topic sentences and her transition words and phrases link all the sentences together smoothly. And soon after, she hands her essay in after a good night's sleep. And she can be happy that she's done all of her hard work justice, no matter what grade she receives. To recap, although many squirrels and people think that writing an outline is a waste of time, it really is one of the best ways to maximize your chances of crafting a cohesive, logical piece of writing. And, just as important for some squirrels, it'll save much, much more time in the long run. As a quick checklist, remember that to create and use an outline, you should follow these basic steps. 1. Draw up a list of sections, headings, and subheadings. 2. Fit your research into these. 3. Write each section. 4. Pay attention to writing effective topic sentences and using effective transitions. 5. Wait at least 24 hours before editing the draft you've just completed. And 6. Read thoroughly and consider revisions.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed that video. I use Grammar Squirrel all the time in several of my lessons. One thing as a teacher, I find that students, regardless of where they come from, and regardless of what age, they enjoy a cartoon, okay? I don't know why the cartoon seems to be more interesting than the actual teacher themselves, but anyway, I'm always happy to share Grammar Squirrel and her trials and tribulations and problems when she's writing a paper. Anyways, here, let's go back to my lesson, or to my seminar here. Okay, 1 second here. Okay, so as we saw from the video, I think the biggest problem that Grammar Squirrel had was, like all of us, we tend to spend so much time collecting the data and comparing data and doing the experiments, but we don't like writing, and that's the biggest problem. And unfortunately, she left everything until the last minute, and yeah, she received a C minus. So she went to to see a tutor, and the tutor, advised her, go ahead and use the outline. And so we know that the whole, the outline in the end actually helped her. So she didn't, plan for her paper. Her paragraphs were very repetitive, okay? And she focused way too much on some things as compared to other things. Of course, when you make your notes, okay, always write down the source, okay, like everything. Don't forget any dates. Don't forget any names that are involved. Write everything for that literature, okay, and put that in a separate paper, okay, because we're going to have to cite, everything that's used in the final draft of our paper. Okay, and of course, like it's, they said there, make sure everything is just like the contents or the table of contents of a book, okay? All right, so we're going to start, with an introduction, okay? Of course, we have a title, but, afterwards the introduction, and then the methods and all the steps that were taken until we came to our results, as well as our conclusion. Okay, so remember, 3 papers, okay? It's so, it's so simple, but it works though, okay? So I've got my notes on one side, I've got my bibliography on the other side, and then I've got the actual outline right in front of me. And all I do is I just plug in all of those notes, okay? So I know that my experiment, okay, for if I use next generation sequencing, okay, well, then, yeah, that's part of the methodology, okay? If there was a previous researcher who I'm just expanding on their research, I can put that in the introduction. And if I compare our results, of course, I can put that in the discussion section as well, okay? Always make sure that you use just one main point for each paragraph, okay? So very often, a lot of my students submit papers to me, and I'm very confused because there are several points being made in just one paragraph. And so unfortunately, there's no direction or there's no focus, and I get lost. And I really, I need to actually, or I think all readers generally need to know the objective and where where the research is heading. Okay. Remember, when it's a research paper, especially in science, it's not a mystery book. It's a little bit different than doing something for like an English course, like when you're researching literature or doing something descriptive. Here we're doing something informative. Okay, so everything has to be as clear as possible, black and white. Nothing can be ambiguous. And so that the reader, okay, thinking like the scientist, imagining themselves in that research, will have a very, a better understanding of the direction and the focus that the research is heading to, okay? And most likely they'll be able to guess what the results are, before even getting to them. Although that's generally already described in the abstract, so they know already what it is. Okay, so you need to also do something called signposting, okay, which is using those wonderful transitional phrases, linking verbs, or linking phrases as well, and basically, telling the reader, okay, I'm comparing something, I'm contrasting something, or I'm doing something in a specific order. Okay, so make sure that you use all of these wonderful transitional phrases that you can find anywhere. In fact, your supervisor or your departments of languages should be able to provide them very, very quickly for you. Okay. I'm just going to move a little bit quicker here. So we know that, if it's a draft, it's only a draft, okay? You're not going to hand in the first copy, okay? It's like drawing a picture, okay? because the first part of the picture, well, there's no color, there's no, I don't know, it's almost too out of focus. And we're going to take it and put it into focus later. Right now, we're just taking all that information, that wonderful information, but we're going to have to actually structure it, leave some stuff out, and leave the best stuff in. Always remember to keep, 24 hours between each draft, okay? Fresh eyes is really, really important. Another thing that also is extremely important is using succinct words and phrases, because we need to have a constant flow between all the ideas, all the paragraphs, okay? Several times I've seen students submit papers and I really don't know what they're talking about, because I'll see a word and understand it one way. However, the student understands it differently than me, but unfortunately didn't, it got lost in translation somehow, or lost in interpretation. And really, I may be thinking of one thing, and honestly, maybe the whole paper may not make any sense to me as well. So you need to also keep an eye on your word count, use your spell check, and always use a friend or a teacher or somebody, a peer that can look over the paper as well, even different eyes before you hand it in. Find anything that is unclear, or it could be too repetitive, as was the case with Grammar School. Okay. So again, here's the same checklist that we saw. Draw all the sections, plug in all the research. Okay, I'm going to skip this. We know this already. All right. So when you do your revision, as I said, when you talk about doing those transition words and things like that, make sure that you can either find it on the internet yourself. Okay, but I really strongly suggest that you do consult with your teacher. I'm one of these strange teachers that you can actually consult me, okay, about your paper before you even hand in the paper to me, before I even grade it. I prefer my students to approach me and ask me, before I give you this paper, are these the right words that I should be using? And I can say yes or no, okay, I can give advice and so on. And very often I get many questions asking about these linking words, especially with regards to emphasis, which you can see on the left there, okay? Emphasis is a wonderful way of stressing the importance or significance of findings, okay? Of data, statistics, anything like that. The other thing is also the contrast. Okay, contrast is when you're comparing something, okay, showing something is either has the same meaning or is a complete opposite. Many of us tend to use the same words often, okay, almost too often, okay. So they're wonderful. We have more than one way of saying on the other hand, or as opposed to. We can say it in contrast or contrary to. Okay, despite, nevertheless, nonetheless, anything like that. Okay. So when you do your revision, go through some of these words and try to avoid that repetition, and use other words and plug those in as well. Okay. When I talked about being succinct, okay, as I mentioned a few slides back, this is something that many of us have a tendency to run into, is that we don't know how to, or it's not so much that we don't know, perhaps we just don't want to use one word that's very simple. A lot of us being academics is that we kind of have a tendency to use several words, and sometimes we even hope that the reader may not completely understand, but it looks good, okay? So we're using a lot of big words and big language and things like that, but that's not actually being helpful to the student or to the reader. So you need to be succinct, okay? Be brief, be clear, okay? Instead of using despite the fact that, try to shorten it to despite. Use simple language, as I said, black and white language that the reader is going to understand in one way, or at least the same way that you understand it, okay? So it's impossible that the reader can take the word and think of it. For example, there's the word aerosol. Aerosol, well, I'm not a scientist. I'm a language teacher. So when I think of aerosol, I think of anything in a can that's pressurized that I can spray in the room. I can spray in my hair. I don't have hair anymore, but nevertheless, I think of something that I buy in a drugstore or maybe a can of paint or something. Whereas the student, when they write the word aerosol, they're talking about the small particulate matter that's floating in the air. So it's very important that your reader has the same vision that you have, and perhaps it's best to actually describe what the aerosol is, okay, and as simple as possible. So to avoid anything that's too ambiguous. Okay, with regards to jargon, okay, this is kind of the same thing. You may want to use a description of the word or a metaphor or even an analogy, okay? So that's where you're going to compare your word with something else, and the reader, okay, let's say, somebody who's not, not an expert in that field or that particular topic, at least in this sense, that they're going to understand very clearly, very simply, the direction that it's going for. And also, if you look at number 4 here, please avoid any redundant words, okay? Again, I see things like, I might potentially get a good grade, whereas potential or potentially and might, they're very similar. So in fact, I could just edit, I can take out potentially. I might get a good grade. I have another video, but I don't think I have as much time as I'd like to, today at least, to share with you, to show you this video. However, at the end of my presentation, I will give you a link to some of the videos that you can see later on your own time. All right then, so I've got another checklist here with the revisions. Okay. You also need to be very specific about the tense when it comes to the English grammar in your paper. I don't know about in India, but here in Slovakia, the Slovak students who write and speak English as a second language, they have a big fear of using other tenses other than the simple present, the simple past, and the simple future, okay? Some of my favorite authors who come from Melbourne University, Swale and Feek, okay? If you ever have a chance to read any of their materials, at the University of Melbourne, they actually came up with a wonderful plan of parts of the paper and which tenses that you should actually use. Now, again, we're writing, okay? There are guidelines, but there aren't really too many specific, like, let's say, hard case rules that you have to follow, okay? Writing can be a little bit freer, of course, but again, if we want order, we want to be, succinct and concise, and we want to, continue with the flow of our thoughts, then we should actually have a look at these tenses. So in our abstract, remember, Again, our abstract is always written after the paper, okay? It's our advertisement. We take our topic sentences. We can, instead of just copying and pasting from the paper, we want to put that abstract into our own words. And with our abstract, it's always great to focus just on the past tense, okay? You can use a combination of the active voice, the passive voice, even in the abstract, okay? When I grew up, active voice was unheard of. You never said I, okay, or we, or anything like that. I still have reservations about using the active voice in a scientific research paper. The passive voice for me just seems more logical because I'm not making my paper personal anymore, okay, but rather as something that encompasses all the teamwork, all the people that were involved in the research. And actually, I make the paper about the work and not about myself. So this is why I prefer the passive voice. I don't know about in India, but nowadays here in Europe, or at least I would say a good 10 years now, a lot of publishers are asking that you do use the active voice, or at least a combination of it. So don't use the active voice or only the active voice, but rather, sprinkle your paper with, some examples of it. So you can, instead of saying I did this or we did this, you can, substitute it with our research team focused on this. If you want to use the third person, you can say that the statistical department or the department of physics or whatever department, name the actual department or the institute that provided something or helped with something or performed some part of that research. Okay, and instead of using I, okay, try to say that our team or our department, but be very stringent with it. You don't want to use it too much, okay? Because remember, it's the work is the star of the show, okay? You are only taking that work, all that data and research, okay, and you're giving it life. Now, when you go into your introduction, I can talk for hours about actually using tenses in scientific research, but I'm only going to give you the briefest outline of which tenses I probably use best. So with your introduction, remember you're answering questions, the purpose, the motivation, and your problem statement, your hypothesis, okay? What are we studying? So you use present simple, okay? But you're also going to be using, or you're going to be introducing, previous literature, okay? There were people if the research or the work isn't novel, if it isn't brand new, and you're expanding on something, in these days, in 2021, we can generally find that there have been several people in the field already. Either they gave up on the research for, limitations, restrictions, okay? COVID-19, the pandemic right now has been a huge limitation on research, especially in the field, like going out into the field and doing field work. So if you're expanding on it and somebody started but had to stop because of, they had to stay home during lockdown, then this can be also mentioned, okay? And when you use this, use the present perfect, okay? Something has started, but it hasn't been finished. With your materials and methods, this is where we can start talking about our active voice and our passive voice, okay? This is a great part, to plug in all that stuff okay, look at each sentence, especially the verbs, okay, and you decide, you know, whether it's appropriate to use the active voice at that time. When we come to the end of our paper with the results, well, so our results, of course, have to be, you know, black and white. They can't be ambiguous, okay? Keep in mind that results, even if they're bad results, or I don't want to say bad results, there's no bad results, but if they're undesired results, that's fine. It's all part of research. You know, we have a hypothesis, I can't even speak, a hypothesis. We believe something, or we believe an outcome even before the outcome. And if the result is completely different than our hypothesis, then that's the way it is. So we have to write it. Okay, so despite our I don't know, our attempts, our experiments, and so on, we did not get the results that we hoped to achieve. And then coming to the end, of course, you know, when we come to our discussion, okay, here we can be a little bit more personal, and we can talk about, you know, some of the reasons why we think that the outcomes didn't, or why we got those results, whether we wanted them or not. And we can talk about all the factors and limitations, anything involved that came up with those results. So yeah, here in general, you can use any tense, really. I'd be a little bit of, I probably wouldn't use the future at this point. The future tense, I would actually leave in the conclusion, even though we're ending the paper, okay? We're giving a summary of what happened, okay? What we achieved, okay? But in the future, though, we can talk about, you know, that future research will be necessary, okay? Or still will need to be continued, and so on. So we can use the future, but I'll leave it for the conclusion. If there's still questions that are unanswered, or the research, of course, is very likely it's only a smaller part of a bigger picture, of a bigger part of the topic of research. Okay. All right then, so I'm going to, I don't know how much time, but I think I should be finished in a few minutes. If you can send me a chat.
No problem, sir.
Everything is okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyways, just to conclude my talk for today, you know, just remember, don't procrastinate, okay? Create a calendar, create a diary of how many words of everything that you've done for that paper and put it in those squares. Remember the 5 W's and how, use an outline, and of course, edit, okay? Think of all those things. I mean, I strongly advise, you know, the polishing part, you know, the finishing of the paper in the end. If anybody is ever interested, I do have a YouTube channel. I'm just going to see if I can find it here. Okay, yeah. Okay, so if anyone is interested in seeing any of my lectures, you can just come to Professor Mike. I created it last year as a result as part of the COVID-19 pandemic. I thought I would be able to reach a wider audience this way. And let's see here.
Oh.
Okay. And that's all of them. So I would like to say thank you very much. Dhanyavad. Dear Milenge. Really hope to be contact all of you at any time. Feel free to send me an email, and I'd be more than willing to answer your question. Thank you very much. Okay, Jai Bolaki, Jai Hindustan. I wish you all the best success in this conference, this week-long conference, all the effort that's been into it. And it's been my great honor and pleasure to talk with you all today. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor Michael Sabu, sir. I hope I'm audible.
You are audible. Thank you. I can hear you.
Okay. You have really explored and what is research, how to do it, from where to begin it, and what not to do while one is writing uh, his results. Particularly your transition words and the squirrel video, and the third thing is use of tenses in report writing was wonderful. I am sure participants have enjoyed it great. And while we were listening to your presentation, we felt that it is yes coming out of horse's mouth. And really, I thank you for your wonderful presentation and tips that you have shared, and sharing your contact details as well as your YouTube channel and resources. It is already, I wrote you in the mail. It is the generosity, kindness, and it is the big heart that you have to share your resources, your valuable time, your experience and expertise with we all. So thank you, sir. But before we conclude the session, I would like to have one question from the participants, because the researchers are interested in interacting with you. I know we are running out of time, and we apologize for 30 minutes delay because you are all the way with us for long time. Just one question. There is Miss Devyani. She would like to ask you the question. Please unmute yourself and speak out, Miss Devyani.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Sir, I'd like to ask that I usually begin with a lot of enthusiasm. Like you said, do not procrastinate. But gradually, I might procrastinate or lose interest. And that makes it a bit difficult to stick to the plan that you mentioned earlier. So, what will you suggest? Like, what can be done to avoid that?
Thank you very much for your question. Yeah, I've never been asked that question. In my opinion, losing interest, yeah, that's a definite human emotion that's very much part of doing any kind of research, especially when especially when we run into obstacles and roadblocks and we get generally frustrated. My suggestion, of course, is be constantly in contact with your supervisor, with your we say supervisor here, your academic supervisor. I believe you call them mentors in India. So for your mentors, any of the mentors watching this, watching me right now, you have to motivate and keep this is your part, okay, is to constantly be on top of your students, okay? All of the students, every student that you ever encounter in your life is the most important person in your life, okay? You have to keep them motivated. I have students who don't like even learning English. Not only do I teach professional writing and academic purposes, I also just teach English, and hello, my name is, what's your name, and so on. And eventually, it happens very often that students tend to disappear. So we have to always be on top of them. We have to be behind them and be their shadow and carry them time to time. So yeah, thank you very much for this question. If you do come into that stagnation, really talk to your supervisor, okay? You're not in it alone, okay? You have to, if it is impossible, if that you can continue with the research, have your mentor or other mentors or people in your department at least try to meet and communicate and come up with another plan B and modify your focus and your objective.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Professor, for your elaborate reply to the modest question raised by the participants. Once again, I would like to assure the participants here in this training program that this training program is, though now for the week's duration, but the resource persons and the participants, they would be tied up for forever. And so you can be in touch with Professor Michael Sabu on his behalf. I request you to be in touch with him whenever you get any doubt regarding your professional writing, particularly the research writing. You can contact him through his email ID. He is accessible to all of us. Just mention that you have heard him in the UGC Stride program on this day, and you would like to get some clarification or some help. I'm sure that Professor Sabu is such a great human being. He would extend his help. So once again, with this positive note, let us say thank you to Professor Michael Sabu, sir. You made our day. Okay. Thank you once again on behalf of all the participants and Sri Shivaji College, Parbhani.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. फिर मिलेंगे, फिर मिलेंगे. Bye bye.
पक्का फिर मिलेंगे, मिलते रहेंगे, दुनिया गोल है.
Okay, wow, Ji Bodhi, thank you. Om Namah Shiva, thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye. Now we have the second session by Professor Atmaramji Gangne sir. The resource person for the next session is also ready and he is with us in the meeting. I request Professor Gangne sir to turn on his videos. Yes, he is seen in on the screen now.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good noon, sir. Hearty welcome. Before I urge, appeal Professor Gangne sir to begin his presentation, let me introduce uh, him to all the participants. Dear friends, Professor A.S. Gangne sir is the professor and head Department of English, PG and Research, Jnanopasak Shikshan Sarak Mandal's Arts, Commerce and Science College, Parbhani. He is here from the same place where we are conducting this FDP or say a research capacity enhancement program. And the other thing that I must know you is he has a long CV, but rather than reading out his CV, what I would have to say is a few words that what I feel about him. And the first line which I can never forget is that he is my teacher, my mentor. I learned my first lessons in reading literature from Professor A.S. Gangne sir. The second thing is he is a researcher at PAR. He has done the UGC funded projects as well as guided more than a dozen doctoral theses, as well as he has guided several, I mean, hundreds of PG dissertations and many MPhil degrees also. He has more than 100 research conferences to his credit. He has widely presented his papers all over the world. He had been to 5 countries and presented his papers. He is invited as resource person in many international conferences in India as well as outside. In the coming May, he is invited as a keynote speaker in a US based international conference. Professor Gangne sir is a researcher who has also a vision to mentor next generation of researchers, and in that capacity he would be quite useful for us as a resource person for this research capacity enhancement program, because he has now almost a battalion of researchers who have undertaken their doctoral research under his guidance. In addition to that, he is also the member of Board of Studies in Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, and he is active in designing curricula for UG as well as PG courses. The recent assignment he is going through is he is preparing a textbook for Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University Nanded for its PG students and research students on research methodology for the study of English language and literature. And in this light, I think this is what
Too much.
no, it is not too much, sir. This is something initially that I can say, and I remember along with him now. My other professor who taught me research methodology in graduation, who happens to be a good friend of Professor A.S. Gangne, and that is Dr. Vijay Kumarji Suryavanshi sir. So when we were undergraduate students, long back 25 years before, we have heard lot these two people discussing about research methodology, and maybe whatever I am doing about research and research methodology today is having that subconscious text in my mind, and the things are coming today, or they may come up in the future also. So with these words, I wholeheartedly welcome Professor Dr. A.S. Gangne sir for this session, and I request him to guide the participants of this course regarding the research methodology for English and humanities in general. Welcome,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, Dr. Nitonde sir. In the very commencement, I would like to thank the organizers, the entire team in Sri Shivaji College, Parbhani, for inviting me to this program and giving me this kind of opportunity to share my standpoints in relation to research. I will talk in the course of time on different issues in research. I will not stick up myself to a very specific point because when I had invitation, I was very happy because the budding scholars are going to be the audience. And so I had opportunity, I thought, that I will be able to share a number of issues that are debatable, that have been discussed in the course of time with many scholars and many research guides and supervisors also. I would like to begin with choice of topic, because what happens just 2 days before, a scholar came and he wanted to face RAC. And so he was asking me a question, sir, how to select a topic? Actually, this is a very typical question. Every beginner tries to meet the supervisor and he wanted to understand, he wanted to get information about the topic. But whenever anyone approaches me, I always used to say that I cannot tell you the topic. How can I tell you the topic? And how can you work on the topic that I am suggesting? My point is that the scholar, one who wanted to pursue research, he should have diverse kind of reading. And while reading, while understanding a particular author, while understanding a particular writer, he should face some kind of difficulty. He should have some problems while reading and perceiving a particular writer, particular text. And there should be the questions in his mind, and he should feel why it is so or how it is so. And the research topic must emerge out of his reading. The supervisor should not tell that you do research on this and this topic. Okay, it should come out of his reading. It should come out of his understanding. It should come out of his going through different kind of research topics also. So when one should think that there is a lack of research on the topic that you are choosing. Many times sometimes what happens, I came across that a few scholars try to undertake a topic on which profound material is available. Sometimes he doesn't think that there is either lack of research on that topic or not. And so whenever one is going to undertake research, one should try to know that whether there is a lack of research on that topic, whether this kind of topic is going to make a kind of contribution to the branch of knowledge. And if already some material is available, some knowledge is available, some information is available on the topic, whether you have that much capacity to add something to that, so that that area can be enriched in the course of time. So you should be in a position to go at least one step ahead when you are doing research on any kind of a topic. Another thing is that as far as choice of topic is concerned, do you prefer any specific theory? Because I came across, especially for your information, I am associated with a number of research scholars, more than 200. Because in my college, there are 16 research centers, and for every kind of pre-PhD submission seminar, I used to participate in such seminars on all the topics, either it is life science or either it is human sciences or it is language and literature. And so I have come across that research that is being practiced in this research, in this geographical area, it has not that way, truly speaking, very substantial foreground. Very substantial foreground. I mean to say is that research is not guided by specific theory, specific practice, or specific discipline in particular subject. Very simple, general one, descriptive, not analytical topic is preferred by the scholars. And so I had many times controversies when I think of the topic that is selected by the candidate. Even it is not understood, it is not taken care that there should not be more than 15 words in the title of a research work. This basic requirement is not even taken into account. So when one is choosing a topic at that time, a care should be taken that whether this research is being done with the help of some scientific theory, some constructive ideology is the base of research you are, of course, doing in the course of time, or some practice is there and that you wanted to adapt yourself to that practice, or your research is based on some typical discipline. This is very, very important as far as choice of topic is concerned. Otherwise, what happens in the initial stage, in case of budding scholar, many topics attract at a time, and just she looks at whether this would be good or that would be good. It is not the question. We have to consider a number of issues related to the topic. Sometimes suppose your supervisor is, of course, very busy, and suppose he is an administrative person. In that case, it is expected that you should have capacity to carry on research on your own, because he will not be able to spare much more time for you. So you have to take into account a number of contingencies and shortcomings when you are selecting a topic. So you can do on your own for the most of the research and writing. And therefore, specialization of guide is also important. Whether you are going to meet and work under the supervision of such a supervisor, one who has specialization in the area you are pursuing for your research. Many times what happens, a research supervisor has not, of course, depth in a particular, because the research supervisor cannot be master of all. Okay. Many a times it happens that he is master of none, but jack of all. He is able to, of course, give specific directions and put everything in a systematized framework. And many times this happens that in every area, he has not in depth, of course, knowledge. Therefore, it is very important that when one chooses a topic, one should choose it in such a way that in difficult situation, he himself should be able to do on his or her own. In the course of time, the scholar can even meet other research scholars also. Okay, and he can, of course, get guidance from different supervisors working in different institutions. That is also possible. But it is always better to be independent when one is pursuing research on a particular topic, because the scholar is going to be an authority in the course of time. And if you want it to be an authority in the course of time, it is very necessary that your topic should be good one. It should be an independent topic, and you should have competency to handle all the, of course, requirements and concerns of that topic. So you have to also think of how long will it take you to reach the level of independence, level of competency. Because in the initial stage, what happens? The budding scholar goes on reading, budding scholar goes on looking into the comments and arguments made by other scholars, and he is in the very initial stage in such an ambivalent situation as far as structuring of the argument is concerned. And so it takes a long time for the budding scholar to be an independent one to compose an argument. So he may reach the research supervisor, but suppose research supervisor is living far away, and at every time he is not suppose accessible. In that case, the scholar has to think that how much time there will be for him to be independent, because to be independent is very important. Because whenever you are, of course, doing research, it should be guided by your own principles, your own ideology, your own objectives, your own methodology. That will, of course, suffice the scholar. So how good are your skills in writing? That is also an important, of course, aspect, because register, syntax, semantics, and pragmatics, these things should be very clear in the initial stage. Because I have seen that there are some scholars, those who are working with me, they have their specialization in language, they have specialization in grammar, but the grammar of research is different. The syntax of research is different. Consistency is different. Tone setting is different. Okay, and that has not been practiced for a long time by the teachers, by the scholars. And so at the time of research, these things, of course, create a little bit what you call confusion, or these things create a kind of lack of confidence also. Because the budding scholar, when he composes an argument, after 1 week you are reading, suppose if you are reading the same argument, you will find that you will not be satisfied with the argument, because you feel that it is very trivial, or many times you will feel that the statement is very clear when you had composed it, but at present it is not so clear. So you have to take cognizance of these things when you are initiating your research. At the same time, clarity of concepts is very important. In social sciences, many times I came across that the scholars use concept like development. One of the scholar was doing research on development in Maharashtra related to some tribal communities and so on and so forth. So I raised a question, what do you actually mean the concept of development? Because this concept is not that way applicable to all the situations, because the development in Mumbai is different. Development in Gadchiroli is different. So you have to define in the very initial stage the scope and limitations of your definition in your research. In the dictionary, there will be different definition, but to which thing you are calling development, that must be very clear. Because recently one of the candidates has submitted his thesis on some economic aspects and India as a developing country. But I had to tell that now India is not a developing country. It has been declared that it is undeveloped country. And in the list of undeveloped countries, it is on 81 number. And still the scholars are writing the statement that India is a developing country. In this developing country, so this current change must be taken into consideration, and one must be very careful about the concept that is being employed in the research. This is very important. Clarity of concepts. Just 2 days before, a candidate approached me and he showed me a title. Actually, he's working under the supervision of some other supervisor, but he wanted to get it clarified from me. And so he was using 3 different concepts in one title. That is caste, crime, and religion. I told him to avoid the rest of the 2 words. That is crime and religion. Because already when you are talking about caste, already you can refer the very origin of this kind of stratification in the religion, in the myth. And so it is not necessary to correlate the term caste with religion in the title. That is not necessary. So my point is that when one is initiating research, it is very important to have clarity of concept, so that what will happen in the course of time, there will be a number of concepts in your research that you have to tackle. And so at that time, there should not be confusion, there should not be clash of ideas. So in the very initial stage, when you are putting any kind of big term or concept in the title of your research, it is very important to be sure about it, its scope and limitation. So choose such a topic which is interesting to you and others also. This is not very primary, but many times it happens that when the scholar begins doing research and when he starts facing a number of obstacles, at that point he feels, no, this is not a comfortable topic for me. And then he starts doing research reluctantly. Therefore, I say, choose such a topic on which you have thought for a long time. You have been meditating on that. And so for many years, it has been, of course, a debatable issue in your mind. And you have, of course, talked, debated with so many scholars on that issue. And then only this will help you to do research in a specific way. Try to understand even the scope. Try to understand whether you will be able to analyze that, or whether you will be able to evaluate it, or whether comparison will be possible. So you decide everything about the topic, whether you wanted to develop parameters or parameters are already available. Whether you wanted to decide the tropes or already the tropes and tools are available. Because in many cases, especially in literary study, if the tools are not available, you are expected to frame, structure the tools. You are expected to develop the parameters and make use of those parameters in the course of your research. So to do such things, to develop parameters, to develop tools becomes difficult because earlier you had not made such kind of a practice of developing a certain parameter and then making application of that parameter to a particular text. And when you are initiating such kind of effort, of course, what happens? It creates many difficulties. It kills your time, it kills your energy. So before you choose the topic, you have to think about this, whether it is within your reach to develop parameters, whether it is in your reach to develop tropes and tools as far as your topic is concerned. Choose that for which you may be proud of, even after many years of your academic career. Since you are the budding scholars, it is my, of course, a request that think over this issue many times, because after 10 years, after 20 years, when you are taking your thesis in your hand, you should be proud of it. You should not say that, no, in those days, I was in a hurry. In those days, it was a condition for me. In those days, time had not permitted me to dive deep into the diverse facets of it. You should not say like this. So choose in such a way that you will be proud of even after many years of your research career, many years of your academic career. So the topic should be sometimes maybe controversial or supportable and sound. Because I remember that I wanted to get it assured that whether the topic I had selected for my research is sustainable one, whether I would be able to do on my own, whether it would suffice me in the course of time. So I had made statements in the conferences so that what will happen, the people will react and I will be able to test the potential in the topic that I have considered. And so many times I had made many controversial statements like all the Indian writers have failed in depicting true and authentic ethos. And many arguments were there, many, of course, criticism was there, but I had opportunity to peel out the layers of my topic and I was able to come to a point that, yes, definitely there is strength in the topic that I have selected for research. So either you select a controversial topic or you may select a topic that is convenient for your health. I mean academic health. Topic should be fresh and relevant, but it should be fresh. If the topic is fresh, another benefit is that you can develop in a way you like it, because you are the author. You are going to be the authority of that area. If the topic is very new, that opportunity is there with you. Topic needs to have enough research to support it. Sometimes, or you should have that kind of ability and confidence to create substantial material on your own. Don't choose such a topic which is discussed consistently on various platforms. especially in social sciences. Many times I have heard that the issue is already being discussed for last 25 years or 50 years. One of the student had a topic, यशवंतराव चव्हाणांचे राजकीय विचार किंवा सामाजिक विचार किंवा सांस्कृतिक विचार. On this issue, there were many debates and there were many elocution competitions, and this issue is being discussed on many, of course, occasions. So the topic that is what we call discussed again and again on various platforms, there is no point in considering the same issue for research, because if the thoughts of Yeshwantrao Chauhan are studied by thousands of people, there is not anything new on that topic that you can add to that. And so such a topic on which there is discussion for many years, that should not be the topic of your research, is my honest opinion. Rather, you choose another topic, or you choose the same topic but correlate it with other aspects. You can make comparative study of Yeshwantrao Chauhan and Martin Luther King, or any other, of course, politician or a social reformer. There will be some different findings will be there. Research will be very that way interesting, and there will be a kind of novelty when you are contributing to such an area. So these things are, of course, necessary when you are choosing a topic. Now I will come to the framing of problem. Now this is again a debatable issue. Many times people, scholar in the field of literature and language, they think that there is no need of a problem. But my perception is that understanding the problem is the beginning of solution. If you understand the problem better way, it will be very easy for you to find the solution. But if the problem is not properly understood, it becomes very difficult to answer the problem. So understanding the problem is the beginning of solution. I truly believe it. You can also, of course, take care to frame the problem in a better way. If it is not possible, many times I suggest that, suppose if you are not in a position to frame the problem, then think of the probable answers, and on the basis of those answers, you go back to the problem. If these are the answers, if these would be the answers, what would be the problem? So it is very important to frame the problem very carefully. Then there is, of course, no doubt, we have to distinguish between pure research and applied research. And as far as language and literature is concerned, our research is no doubt pure research. To some extent, it can be applied. Or if we deliberately decide to make application, the literature can be applied. As far as, for example, novel like Animal Farm is concerned, or a novel like, novella like Animal Farm is concerned, or a novel like 1984 is concerned. Okay, 1984 is being, no doubt, being applied by our Honorable Prime Minister, because what he is doing is nothing but just the application of 1984. And so I also believe that literature is studied even for application also. But this comes in, of course, pure research. So this step is now get motivated by, not to get motivated by aimless curiosity, but by a strong impulse to accomplish something preferable. This step develops an increasingly sophisticated relationship with your readers. If you are developing a problem, okay, if you are framing a problem, because you focus on the significance of that understanding for yourself. But as you join a community of researchers, you see that significance from reader's point of view. At this step, you transform your intention from casual comprehension and discovering to explaining and making a substantial and judicious claim when you are framing a problem. So the research, in any research, doesn't begin with understanding exactly without problem what problem they will finally solve. That is very important when they are doing research or you are doing research. So frame your project as a solution to the problem. It is an essential step for advanced researchers. Many a time I regret most of the scholars just start with a puzzle, something to know more about, because many times this happens. Even some supervisors also said that just the collection of information is also a kind of research, and therefore no problem is required. But I feel in such cases, just it becomes, of course, a collection of information and not a research in a true sense. So it is very essential that there should be a problem. Think what you want to find out. If we call it a research, meaning is that we are trying to find out something, then what it is, why we wanted to find out it, and in what way we wanted to find out it. It is very important. Sometimes scholars finally somehow figure out what problem they have solved. Many times in many pre-PhD submission seminar, I said, now the problem is identified. Now your research should begin from this point, okay? And you have finished your research at the point of understanding of a problem. So this happens many times. So don't feel uneasy, embarrassed, if you not yet conceived the significance of your question. Take more time and try to frame the problem. Why problem is very important for me? Every research must begin with problem, because without a good research problem, research is a very bad practical work. It is very bad practical work. What is it that troubles you? What is it that makes you restless? At that juncture, you automatically sometimes raise questions of which answers you hope will help you solve it. There are two types of problem. One is practical problem, another is research problem. A practical problem is caused by some condition. A research problem is motivated not by unhappiness, but by incomplete knowledge, flawless and flawed understanding, or some kind of debatable concerns. Practical problem makes us unhappy because it costs. It costs time. Suppose you missed the train. That you have to pay the penalty for that. You have to pay cost for that. So practical problem is there. You have to pay cost. You have to pay cost in the form of time, money, respect, security, pain. And in our everyday world, practical problem is something we try to avoid. Remember this. But in academic world, we are not trying to avoid the problem. We are trying to understand the problem. And we are to some extent very eager to seek out it. We are curious about it. practical problem can be solved by eliminating the causes that lead to crisis. But research problem is solved by changing the world quickly. However, by understanding it better. So practical and research problems have the same basic structure. Both have a situation or condition. In both the cases, undesirable consequences are there. Undesirable consequences of condition, that cost. You don't want to pay cost, but the problem is there, you have to pay the cost. No cost, then no problem. And if there is no cost, there is no problem, then there is no research. So as far as research is concerned, I am of the opinion that there should be a problem. And if there is a problem, there is need to do research. There are, of course, many situations where we come across such kind of situations when a solution of a research problem has no conspicuous and perceptible application to practical problem, we call the research pure. But when the solution to a research problem does have practical consequences, we call the research applied. And basically, literature is not applied to some extent. I make this statement with some reservation because, as I said earlier, literature can be used for making application also. Okay, and the reference I had given was of the novella Animal Farm and the novel by George Orwell, 1984. Even literature can be used for solving problems. So connecting a research problem to practical consequences is very important. Generally, research scholars are uncomfortable with pure research because it costs. Merely not knowing something, but knowing is in abstract form, especially in philosophy, especially in literature. And many times, cost is also in abstract. So the topic is, suppose I am studying a particular fiction because I want to find out how politicians use stories of great events to shape public opinion. For example, again, I will just come to the same novella, Animal Farm. This, I wanted to consider it because I wanted to make the people aware how the politicians play tactics and deceive the people. Because actually the text is based on a broad idea that political idealism cannot last for a long time. Political idealism cannot last for long time. So in order to help readers protect them from unscrupulous, cunning, and disguised politicians. So many researchers value pure research for they believe that pursuit of knowledge reflects humanity's highest calling, to know more and understand better. So planning and executing a plan is that way believed to be a sacred work. And therefore, when we are pursuing, of course, pure research, it is very essential that we must plan it in such a way that it will become a sacred work, because it will help some to solve problems directly, indirectly. Of course, there are many issues that I will discuss, but I will escape some points and I will come directly to a very significant issue, that is interdisciplinary research. Long back, I had an opportunity to participate in a conference, and it was conference on the theme of interdisciplinarity. But when I participated in the conference, I was very much unhappy because all of the participants of the conference talked about two disciplines, combining of two or more academic disciplines into one activity. But I am of the opinion that why there is a need of interdisciplinary research, or to what kind of research you call an interdisciplinary research. When there is a need of interdisciplinary research, for example, there is an area that is considered for investigation, and in the given discipline, in the given faculty, you are not able to get the parameters and tools to assess it, to evaluate it, to analyze it. And at this point, to reach your target, your perception, you need some another faculty or tools available in another faculty. And you feel that the tools available in another faculty will help me in my discipline to, of course, know the things before me, or I will be able to understand them in a better way, or tools from another discipline will help me to find out the solutions. I had long back undertaken a research project, and it was interdisciplinary. I call it interdisciplinary because I was not satisfied with a text when I had studied that text for my research, and it was Nectar in a Sieve by Kamala Markande. I had studied this text for understanding ethos, but now I wanted to understand this text for understanding the social changes reflected therein. And so as far as social changes are concerned, I consulted many sociologists and I tried to understand social change, but I was not satisfied with them because they were not making bifurcation or difference between social change and social transformation. I wanted to mean change is different, transformation is different. And so in the course of time, I reached Dog Reeler's theory of social change. And there I came across that there are different types of changes and they take place in different contexts. Now my point was that I borrowed some tools from Dog Reeler's theory. Why? Because those tools were not available in literary theory or critical theory. And I wanted to judge Kamala Markande's fiction in the context of social change. And so I wanted to borrow some tools. Now, in social sciences, the changes are visible. Many times in literature, changes may not be visible because the character that is developing from the beginning up to the end, the change is there, but that change is not seen. That change is many a times required to be understood. And so I had, of course, a difficulty to make application of those three different changes. Emergent change is there. Condition for emergent change is required. In a specific condition, it takes place. There is a projectable change, which is already first designed, and in the course of time, it is practiced, and in the end, you have that change. So emergent change is there, transformative change is there, projectable change is there. And I was not in a position to trace in Kamala Markande's where one change begins and where one ends. Okay. Many a times I came across that there is mingling of these three changes in Kamala Markande's fiction. And so I had to bifurcate after a long time. It took 3 years for me to understand these changes and make application of the tools of Dog Reeler's theory to Kamala Markande's fiction. But the findings that were before me by the end of the research were very striking one. And I thought that I can, of course, achieve any kind of change if I make application of the tools available in a particular theory. And I was very much satisfied with the findings because I was studying this text for the second time. And the findings I had in earlier research had nothing to do with the findings now I have. And I was very much happy with the second one because these were interdisciplinary, where I had referred the tools from other discipline, other faculty, and made application to understand this area of literature. So whenever you are going for interdisciplinary study, I hope and expect you that you first think of why you are borrowing the parameters and what you call tools and tropes from another faculty. Is there need, or just you wanted to bring two disciplines together and say nothing and compare just them? Okay. The interdisciplinary research is required only when there is need of some tools that are available in another discipline. When your discipline is not sufficient to answer your questions, answer your problems, you need different tools, and you feel that those different tools are available in history or in sociology or in philosophy. In that case, you go to another discipline, borrow the tools and parameters from another discipline, and then make application of those tools and parameters and techniques, and then try to get the results. Then and then only it is interdisciplinary research. Otherwise, just studying two faculties, studying two different subjects, that is not interdisciplinary. Okay, so interdisciplinary research is undertaken to answer complex questions. What was my complex question? Because many times when we begin teaching at undergraduate level, many teachers use a statement: literature is mirror of life. Everything that takes place in life that can be recorded in literature. And so my question was that, how do these writers reflect the changes in society in their texts? This was a very complex question for me. And so I borrowed the tools from another faculty and made application of those parameters very scientifically. And I had very satisfactory findings. So choose interdisciplinary research only when the questions are very, very complex and you wanted to answer them. Or you wanted to create something new by crossing the boundaries. You wanted to cross the boundary of your discipline and you wanted to create something new. In that case, you can undertake interdisciplinary research, because interdisciplinary research is a substantial restructuring of knowledge. It is very substantial restructuring of knowledge. Interdisciplinary is no doubt a challenge, difficult to process, because I have, of course, experience that I had to work 5 years for a very small project when I wanted to make it interdisciplinary. And so it is a challenging task, it is difficult, but it is very much satisfying task. So you can undertake, of course, such kind of interdisciplinary research when you are going for a minor major project or a research work also. I have some, of course, tips as far as writing is concerned. because earlier session was on writing. That was different. Okay. What I'm here trying to underline is that many times the scholars in the beginning do not take into account to whom they wanted to write, for whom they wanted to write, because to whom you are writing, it makes a difference. If I am writing to my student, I will write in a different way. If I am writing to my colleague, I will write in a different way. But if I am writing to my teacher, my supervisor, my writing will change. Or who are the expected readers? I'm writing, suppose, a paper. Who is going to read that paper? In some foreign university, a very renowned scholar, one who has spent near about 40 years of his life on that issue. And I am writing for him. And when I am writing for him, the level of my writing, the terminology of my writing, use of concepts of my writing, consistencies, correlation, undercurrent of my writing. I have to think of a number of issues depending on my reader. And so whenever you are writing, you think to whom you are writing, to whom you are writing, who are my readers, what knowledge do they bring to the argument. Many times what happens, I write because I wanted to understand their opinion, because I wanted to make application of their opinion in my further research. And so my intention is to write to such readers, those who will give me feedback, and that feedback will be essential for me in the course of research. So what attitude will they have about my argument? You think of the argument many times, just you cannot put it on the paper and forget about it. You have to rewrite it many times. Rewrite it many times because Dostoevsky had written his novel, Crime and Punishment. He had revised it 100 times. And so every time, especially after some gap, the same writing expects some kind of transformation, some kind of modification. And every time your text is enriched. So how many times you wanted to revise? You have to revise it till you get satisfied with the text you have written. So how educated are your readers? That is also very important, because you wanted to be an authority of your area, of your topic. And so you have to think of your readers, and your readers will be different at different times. And therefore, every time you have to change, you have to make modifications, you have to make enrichment. Are some readers more important than others? Yes, definitely. Some readers are important, very important. Are there any tensions between my readers? Long back I had asked a question. The speaker was talking about loneliness, and I had immediate a question in my mind, whether he's talking about is a solitude or loneliness. And then, of course, there was a kind of a tension, there was a kind of a clash, okay. There was kind of a debate in the conference when I raised such a question. So, are there any tensions between my readers when I am approaching with this kind of argument to my readers? What will be their reactions? You have to, of course, think about that and compose your argument in such a way to meet out the tension between readers, or many times you can even compose an argument because you wanted to create tension. So that what will happen, there will be discussion, and there will be, of course, more and more fruitful information will be available with you. So do my intentions differ from those of my readers? We have to think of this. Okay. The intentions of the readers, what they are intending and what I am intending, because many times there will be a difference. And when your intention differs, you must be very clear about it, and you should have that ability to prove your point. Okay. So collect such information that will help you to strengthen your argument as you think, because you are the master of that argument. And so you have to put it in a way you feel it. So what do my readers expect from my statement and argument? That is very important, because I was reading some fictions related to the impact of the higher strata of community and the lower strata of community. And I had my own observations in real life and observations in the texts. And so I had composed arguments. And my supervisor at that time was a little bit hesitant to accept my statement, because he was working in an organization, okay, dedicated to particular community. And so my arguments were, he was ready to accept my arguments in a discussion, but he was a little bit hesitant to put my arguments on the paper, because somewhere, sometime he was a little bit afraid that the people will ask him, what do you speak on the stage and what your research scholars are writing? And so he requested me to minimize the tension of my argument, minimize the strength that I had put in my argument. And so on his suggestion, I had minimized the intensity of my argument. So who are my readers? He thought of my readers, and he requested me to minimize the, of course, the tension in the argument. And so it is very important to know what do my readers expect from my argument. Initially, I was not able to know what my supervisor will say when I am composing argument about a particular caste, about a particular community, about a particular religion. And so I had to minimize, of course, the strength in the sentence. What do I want my readers to do in response? This is also very important. What do I want to achieve by writing this document? This is again very essential. Why I am writing in such a way? Whether I wanted to motivate others to walk on the same line, if it is suppose applied research, whether I just wanted to make them aware of it, whether I wanted to accept this kind of policy. And this is very important. Okay. And so every time while writing everything, the scholar has to think of very seriously who your readers are, to whom you are writing. To whom you are writing makes a very big difference with your writing. When you are presenting papers at local level, within some weeks you will be able to write. But if you are presenting in international conference, it takes a long time to make it more and more constructive. And to me, it is my experience. It requires a long time for me to write. Even I spent some years and months to compose one paper. My papers are not many in number. Okay, many times I spent 3 years. Okay, after my research, I had spent 5 years to compose one paper, but I'm satisfied with the work I have done. So whenever you are writing, because you are the budding scholars, you think of the readers, what kind of a reader will be there, and in what way, how you should write to meet your reader and his expectations, and so on and so forth. Another aspect that I wanted to share with you is the philosophy of composition. The hallmark of scholarly writing is lucidity, simplicity, and euphony in the initial stage. But I'm of the opinion that your writings should be very strong and not a generalized one. Because if your writing is full of strong terminology, what happens? Strong writing gives different results, diverse results. And so it becomes very easy to make it complex one. And unless and until it is complex, it cannot give complex reflections. And therefore, writing must be very strong in the course of time. In the initial stage, let there be lucidity, let there be simplicity and euphony. But in the course of time, your language must be standard one. Because writing is that way difficult task. Okay, it is very difficult task in the cosmos. Okay, the inviolable rule of good writing is say what you have to say, and when you have said, quit. Many times, what happens in my own draft, I put a heading to every kind of paragraph, so that what will happen? Writing will not become circuitous, because many times when we read the writings of other scholars, we come across that the same thing is said again and again. After 10 pages, again, the scholar comes to the same point. But if you put the habit of putting a heading and then composing one or two constructive paragraphs, then you will move to another issue, another point of discussion. And so there will not be a repetition in your writing. There will not be a repetition in your writing. And your writing will become definitely curious one, because you are saying after 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs, you are saying something new, something different. And so what will happen? Your writing will be captivating one. It will be captivating one. The reader will be continuously captivated in your text. And therefore, whenever you wanted to say something, you say it in perfect words and immediately shift to another aspect, but don't recite it again and again. So avoid loading pages with quotations. In the initial stage, when the research begins, I'm just going through, of course, my students' dissertation. It is overloaded with quotations. Okay, when quotation is required, only when you need a kind of a support to what you wanted to say. In that case, there will be a quotation. Or when someone is saying something and you wanted to make a kind of addition to that and go a bit further, in that case, in that situation, you should need quotation. Otherwise, there is no need of quotation. Okay. In my research work, there are not quotations from other writers, because when topic is very novel, then there is not substantial material available on that topic. And so you have to depend on the texts only, fictions and suppose novels and poetry or drama. And on the basis of the text, you have to make interpretations and give, of course, rare references from other books on maybe religion, maybe administration, so on and so forth. So avoid loading quotations. Okay, a few quotations should be there as and when it is required. Construct coherently as your resources of thought and language allow. Construct coherently as your resources of thought and language allow. Many a times this happens that you take an argument for writing, but immediately fail to proceed, or you don't find any potential in making an argument. Okay, this happened with me when I was reading a short story by Ruskin Bond. Because in Ruskin Bond's short story, what is there? Just the mountains are there, rivers are there, plants are there. Okay, all these things are there. Just a beautiful panorama is there. And now the birds are there. And on the basis of such kind of a beautiful scenario, you are expected to compose an argument on ecology or eco-criticism. Eco-critical context is to be studied. Now, in the initial stage, I do not find it comfortable to compose anything. And then later on, what happened? I went to the texts of biology, botany, tried to understand the plants, tried to understand bose and sensation of plants. Then I met the professor in geology, and I talked about the animals and humans. Okay, their correlations, connections, their affiliations. And after that, now I am able to compose a comment on Ruskin Bond. Otherwise, it was very difficult for me to write anything about plants and species and so on. So this happens when you are not satisfied with the argument. You go to some kind of a text, you read that, you try to borrow the influence of that text, and you correlate it to your text. Your argument will be fair, new, and novel. So you can practice like that. Okay. Put manuscript many times away as long as you can. When you finally take it out again, you will have a new perspective. And this many times happens. In the course of time, I read other books, or you read other books. And there, while reading another book, immediately you feel, yes, I got the point. And you go back to your previous argument, and now you revise it with new knowledge, with new perspective. This happens, and this must happen. Okay. So there are limits to the detachment. So ask people for whose judgment you have high respect to read your manuscript. It is very important, because what happens when I write or when you write, when you are judging your own comment and argument, already in your mind there is a very clear idea. But when you are putting it on the paper, it is not clearly reflected. And so your argument or my argument creates problem for other readers to understand, because much of which is in my mind and not in the argument. And so that is not clear to my readers. So I should have that kind of habit to detach myself from my argument. And after a gap of time, again go to that argument and reread it, and whether you are able to perceive it clearly or not. And if not, because we are not writing for ourselves, we are writing for others. Others should have clarity. There is no point when you are reading your own comment and you have clarity. Definitely there will be clarity for you, but whether it is clear to others, that is very important. And this can be understood only when there is a gap of time, only when there is a kind of detachment. And if you are very much obsessed with your work and detachment is not possible, in that case, you give this manuscript to your friend. Such a friend, one who is not appreciating you, one who has a critical eye. He will underline the defects, flaws, inconsistencies, etc., etc. Because you are expecting him to judge it. So that what will happen? There will be scope for you to make a revision or to make modification, make a kind of change. So develop your own parameters for them and evaluate your own argument. And try to understand correlation of your objectives and findings and problems is very essential. Yesterday, just there was a presentation on political science, and I came across that there were 7 objectives of research. And when I read the findings, not a single objective was related to the findings. So I suggested him to change all the 23 findings and correlate those findings with the objectives, because you are of course pursuing research with a particular objective, and when you are pursuing some text with a purpose objective, then there should be conclusion related to that objective, because you studied with that objective and there is no finding. This cannot happen. So every time I expect you to, every day when you are sitting for writing, when you are sitting for reading, you read objectives of your research, and then only your research will be online. Okay. Otherwise, objectives will be forgotten in the course of time, and the research will take its own way. So it should not happen. Therefore, every day in the morning when you are starting writing, again read the objectives and then go for writing. When you are ending it, again go to the objectives and read whether you have written according to the set design or just you are lingering hither and thither. Therefore, it is very important to maintain a kind of correlation between your writings and your objectives, or your questions and your answers also. Every time you have to judge, you have to compare. Similarly, it is not as far as the scholars of language and literature are concerned, not necessary to tell them that see whether the spelling is correct or not, but it is many times necessary, because the budding scholar doesn't know whether he wanted to say adopt or adapt or adapt, and so blindly terminology is many a times utilized, employed by the writer, and so try to, of course, get out of that. And now my research scholar, his work is in the final stage, but he is repetitively using a word tells, or repetitively uses a word says. The author says like that. So don't you make use of a single verb 2 times on a page. One verb should be there on the page only for 1 time only, not second time. Use another, because the level of speaking, the level language of the character or the language of the critic changes every time, at every moment. And so it is not always says and says, or it is not always tells and tells. It is different, okay? And you search such kind of a list of terminology with nuances of the statement. And these nuances, understanding of the nuances, will help you to make your research work a good one. The reader
in between there was a call, so I was disturbed a little bit. So design your hypothesis and objectives in such a way to correlate with the problem considered for investigation. Many times what happens, the heading is there, nature of research problem. Heading is there, but under the heading, the passages are there where there is no problem. And so there is then no point in putting a heading. When you are putting a heading, your writing should be, further writing should be strictly related to the heading. When you say statement of investigation, it should be a statement of investigation and not objective. But if you go through many, of course, works and writings, you will come across that this is not strictly followed. It is not difficult. It is not difficult. But the practice is not like this. Okay. If you are developing a habit of writing like this, thinking like this, definitely there will be very perfect correlation will be there. Okay, every time. objective and the writing hypothesis, and the writing problem and the writing. So rewrite many times, just as I told you that Crime and Punishment was rewritten 100 times. Okay, so depending on the time allowed, depending on the space available, you rewrite your research many times. This will help you. Try to maintain tone in your writing. Make probable statements in the initial synopsis. Okay, probable statements. Don't make final statements in the synopsis. Okay, many times I came across that in the very initial stage. In the initial stage, you have to make probable statements, and in the end, you can make certain concrete statements, because there is no end for research. Therefore, again, there will be possibility. There will be elaboration of the earlier probable statements. So probability is extensive in research writing. Writing a dissertation, writing a thesis is a completely new experience for budding scholar. It is not just as you have written in the past. It is a systematic effort. Research writing or thesis writing is a systematic effort. It is not only new, but it is a very large, very independent project. There is a transition from student to scholar in your writing. Initial stage, student. In the ending stage, you are going to be a scholar. Similarly, what will be the transformation in your writing, in your research? In the very beginning, your writing will be very general one, but in the end, it should become methodic one. And therefore, I always suggest my scholars to write the first chapter in the end, because in the end, you are very methodic. You are systematic in your writing. And so when I suggest them to write the first chapter in the end, already they have written in the beginning. Now when they are reading the same chapter in the end, they find, and they of course many times smile at what they have written. So this happens because this is a kind of what you call upliftment from generalization to methodic writing. So work on your dissertation during the times you are most productive. Okay, the time of rest and the time of writing. Bifurcate it. What will happen? You have to depend on it. Why? Because you have to think of your own capacity, in which time you are very fruitful, in which time you can make good arguments. So you have to depend on that. And you do the constructive work in the productive moments, in space where you can be productive. So just before this lecture, there was a question about procrastination monster. Oh, forget it. Okay, subside it, simply subside it. Make a list of all the little things you need to do for a given section. Headings, subheadings, reviewing of all headings after correlation. Okay, this is very important. Okay, make small headings and write. Make small headings and write. And in the end, you remove all the headings. I wanted to get it assured whether I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible, and all are
because
listening to you.
Continuously speaking,
Yes,
and I do not know whether you are, of course, it is audible to you or not. Just wanted to get it confirmed. I will take a few moments again. So coming to the point, always keep your work where you can see it, because if it is out of sight, it is out of mind. And so always it should be before you, where you are sitting, where you are resting, you are sleeping, Everywhere there should be your, of course, work, so that what will happen, it will not escape from your sight. It is very, very important. Because if there is a continuity in work, if there is a full concentration on work, and then only you can, of course, go to the depth of the issue. But if you are just doing work for half an hour and then escaping, if you are doing work for another half an hour after 2 days, then there cannot be, of course, a depth in your work. Your work cannot become a strong document. Okay. It is very important that you should meditate and concentrate for a long time. And after a long time, when you reach a particular apex, then you compose your argument and comment. That will be fruitful. Otherwise, the work will become very trivial. That is bound to happen. Okay, so concentrate it, do it continuously, think over it continuously, meet the people, those who are talking about that. In the course of your research, there is no point in meeting the friends, those who are not associated with the issues on which you are working. That is very important. Because what happens in discussion, you get some kind of potential information and you can put it in your writing. When I was doing research, I was traveling by train. Okay, and I always preferred different trains. Different trains coming from Punjab or trains coming from Rajasthan, because my topic was related to ethos and I wanted to understand the ethos of the passengers, those who were coming from Punjab, those who were coming from Gujarat. And so my purpose of traveling was very nicely served when I traveled. You do the same thing. You meet the people, you sit with the people, you talk with the people, those who are associated with some kind of area of your research, your writing, your project. Get something on paper and then think. Worry about making it perfect. Don't worry about research, worry about making it perfect. Find the people in your department who are serious workers and try to be in their company. Converse with the scholar at other departments who are engaged in similar exploration and engaged in intellectual conversation. Conversation will maintain and many times attain height of intellectual apex. Don't pester the supervisor by neglecting the directions given earlier. This happens with many scholars, and therefore I give instructions in writing. You keep those instructions in mind, because what happens, you will feel that the supervisor will forget those things in the course of time and he will put the same matter before him. This is not going to happen. He remembers very well. Okay. So look at the directions very carefully and follow them, put them in practice, and don't repeat the same mistakes. Don't repeat the same. Many times supervisor gives technical directions and the same mistake is committed again and again, then he gets upset. He gets upset. He doesn't feel to take interest. So it is very necessary to follow the instructions given by the research supervisor. I have again some points, but I feel I should stop here. Okay. If you have any questions and problems about the standpoints that I have put before you, you are free to ask.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful sharing of experiences. I must say that your extempo sharing of your personal experiences and expertise just reminded me of the Kurukshetra. You took all of us, the budding scholars, to the Kurukshetra of research, and on the field, you just revealed the journey of a researcher. You told your personal experiences, and it was just like unfolding of the grooming of a researcher in you. So these experiences matter a lot, and all the participants, they will learn so many things. You told many things which are generally untold, particularly the relationship between the researcher, research problem, and the research supervisor. Even you have gone beyond the limitations of formality, and you explore, you advised the researchers to maintain the standard of research, and also minimizing their own expectations and concentrating or focusing on the study. And also the experience that you told us is that when there are no secondary sources available, when you are having a innovative topic, that time from the researcher side, that story is one. I think all the young research scholars, they must learn a lesson out of the story, that you must have patience. If you want to last long, for lasting longer, you must have to take larger efforts, maybe financially, maybe visiting different academic libraries, maybe meeting lot of people. All these things you have told in simple, clear, lucid manner. So that's the greatest thing that I think out of today's presentation that you have given us. I urge the participants, if they have any problem, doubt, they one or two may give their feedback. I mean, yes, sir, in the chat box, I have only the positive feedback, and no doubt is still so far here. Already, I think we are running out of time. Though you started at 4, we started 30 minutes late your session, but still you spoke for 1 hour 30 minutes exactly. Even the time for the interaction is also there. You have covered it, and see, I am getting the feedback that it was a wonderful session. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm thankful to you, the entire team of your college, and the entire team that is working with you for this project. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Once again, on behalf of MSP Mandal Sri Shivaji College Parbhani, the STRIDE project, I put my sincere thanks on record to Professor Dr. A.S. Gangne sir for sparing his valuable time, sharing his resources, and guiding all of us. So thank you once again, Professor Gangne sir. Dear friends, the next speaker for the next session is now with us. May I request Professor M.M. Nivargi sir to turn on his camera. Professor Nivargi sir. Yes, thank you and welcome, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, friends, see, this is our today's third speaker. Okay, the dynamic, active, and very much sensitive academician from Marathwada region. I am introducing our session speaker, Professor Dr. M.M. Nivargi, who happens to be the professor of English at the Postgraduate and Research Department of English, Mahatma Gandhi Mahavidyalaya, Ahmedpur district, Latur. It is not that he is a professor, it is his profession, but research is his hobby. And he has been a scholar right from the beginning. It would not be inappropriate if I say that he is an inborn talented man. Because if you look at his curriculum vitae, you will find that Sir was the gold medalist in almost all the important exams in his life he undertook. He is the gold medalist for his degree, PG. He completed his MPhil and PhD from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. We are fortunate to have such energetic and talented academician as the chairman board of studies of English, Swami Ramananda Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded. So now he is handling the capacity of Chairman Board of Studies. In addition to that, many of you know automatically, as being the chairman of the Board of Studies, he has to lead the university at several other committees, need not to be told about. But most important identity that I must tell you today is that he is a research supervisor who has guided 16 doctoral dissertations successfully. One is under the process. The research is on its way, and there are 4 MPhil students whom Dr. Nivargi sir has guided. So such a long, versatile experience, uh, and that too dealing with the several disciplines of study related to language and literature. His core specialization is literary theory, and in addition to that, he has guided research students of the different specializations. He is also life member of several professional bodies uh, that reflects his interest in Commonwealth literature, again Canadian studies, then American literature. So these are his areas of specialization. Earlier, where he had worked with the Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonare, that perhaps has developed a kind of uh, say formal academic and technical writing skills. And so wherever I have got little chance to work with Professor Nivargi sir, I have noted that he is punctual, he is meticulous in his preparation, and he is always soft spoken. In addition to these things that I have said, I must be feeling in my duties to introduce you, Professor Nivargi, to you if I did not tell you that he has traveled all over the nation and been invited as a resource person right from Nanded, Bangalore to even the north side of the country in Chandigarh, okay, and several other places. So he is such a person, versatile person, having control over language, and also I must say that he is a person of soft skills. I would not say much about him. His words and his talk itself will reflect what he is. I once again welcome Professor Dr. M.M. Nivargi sir in this STRIDE sponsored research capacity enhancement program for the teachers and researchers of English. Welcome, Professor Dr. Nivargi sir. Now, may I request Professor Nivargi sir to talk a serious issue related to research, and that is ethics in research. Over to you, Professor Nivargi sir.
Very good afternoon. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
And thank you, Professor Nitonde, for your kind words. I don't know whether I deserve it or not, but being a friend, you have been very kind to me. I hope I'll be able to do some justice with the topic that we have chosen today. And that is a topic very essential for a researcher, because ethics in research, I must say, is the most important consideration. Ethics in our overall life, in our life, decides what we do and what we avoid to do.
Excuse me, there seems to be some disturbance.
Okay, now the disturbance is gone.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Sorry
Let me
for the
start.
inconvenience caused.
No, 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 no.
Yes,
In
you can go
fact,
on, sir.
We should be concerned with how we perform any activity in our life, and research for all of us happens to be a prime activity of our life. That is why we are bound to be very seriously involved with the issue of ethics in research. Now, during our session here, first of all, we shall enter into the terminology. We shall see very briefly what research is, what ethics is, and how research ethics is a relevant subject for us, is a relevant topic of discussion for us. And then we'll go into some regulations and norms that we must follow while undertaking research. I see some familiar names in the list here, people who are attending, and some of them are unknown to me. But I request all the participants to take this very seriously and to remember these norms. And in the later part of our discussion, we will go into the positive aspect of how to instill the values, the ethical values in our mind. Because there may be rules, there may be norms, there may be laws, but for one law, there are 100 ways invented by human beings to avoid, to escape, or to jump that law. So prescribing laws, prescribing norms doesn't always help. We have many laws, but that hasn't stopped the crime rate. Similarly, we have many laws in the field of research that you are going to be familiar with in a very short while. But still, that won't have much effect on the way you conduct your research unless you yourself decide to follow certain ethical principles. So, in the later part of our discussion, we will take a positivist attitude of what are the essential qualities that we must develop and what is the right point of view for a researcher. Now I will share my screen and I will start the presentation, and we will go through this presentation for a little while. Research, if you look at the definition, is the systematic investigation into and study of materials and resources in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions. I am taking up this definition because we start our discussion with a very clear and concise terminology. What is research? It is the systematic investigation. I'm aware that all of us are literary scholars, so I won't go much into scientific research, and I will refer to the literary research all through our discussion. It is defined as the creation of new knowledge and or the use of existing knowledge in a new and creative way so as to generate new methodologies and understandings. This includes synthesis and analysis of previous research to the extent that it has new and creative outcomes. You are well aware of these definitions, and we take them as our starting point. Now, what is knowledge? Please try to differentiate knowledge from information. Knowledge is a familiarity, awareness, or understanding of someone or something, which includes facts, skills, or objects. Right from the dawn of humanity, there has been creation of new knowledge. For example, in the beginning, we were herbivorous and we were consuming plants and fruits, some of which were poisonous. In order to decide which plants are preferable, at that time, our ancestors must have undertaken some kind of activity which can be today labeled as research. Many lives must have been lost, and knowledge procured was always shared between the human groups at that time. That is why it increased. The next major invention was the invention of fire, which again was a major discovery, and it also was a result of research. Because as we know, anthropologists today, they tell us that in the beginning, fire appeared like an animal to the human beings of that time. They thought, what is this new animal? And later on, through careful observation and scrutiny, they learned that this was something which was not a live organism, and they mastered fire, and that knowledge was passed on, shared between different groups. That is why it increased, and today we have reached a stage where we don't at all realize the importance of such a small discovery or invention. Knowledge can be acquired in these ways: perception, reason, memory, testimony, scientific inquiry, education, and practice. For us, this particular aspect is important: scientific inquiry, because that entails research. All of us, we have curious minds and we delve into research, and our inquiry is carried out in a very methodical way that can be called as scientific inquiry. Now, ethics. Ethics can be known by another name, moral philosophy. It involves understanding what makes one's conduct right and what makes it wrong. Ethics is the power, the reasoning, the faculty of deciding what is right and what is wrong. Many times ethics is confused with morality, but ethics is much bigger than morality. While morality deals with moral codes and practices of uh, certain rules, ethics not only touches on all moral behaviors and theories, but
नहीं तो वो लिखा है ना, उससे पूछना पड़ेगा, ये 150 का कुछ पड़ेगा, ये नेचर फिश। अच्छी, हाँ, ये कितना रेट है उस पे, फ्रेंड कितना है?
ethics deals with questions such as how a person should act, what people think is right, how an individual uses and practices his or her moral knowledge, and ethics decides the very meaning of what is right. Ethics is a method, a procedure, or a perspective, a point of view for deciding how to act and for analyzing complex problems and issues. This particular branch of philosophy is very relevant for us because in research, the ethical norms, they promote the very aims of research, the very aims like knowledge, truth, and avoidance of error. For example, we have banned through our norms the fabrication and falsification and misrepresentation of data. And this promotes truth and this minimizes error. Research is an activity that requires cooperation and coordination. So ethical values always help this cooperative or collaborative work. For example, many guidelines of patenting, copyright, authorship, they actually protect our research and give us our rightful due. If we have written something, if we have created some knowledge, then we can get recognition for it because it is automatically copyrighted in our name, authorship is ours, and we can thus get the due credit for it. Ethical norms, they help to ensure that researchers are held accountable to the public. Now, this is especially true about the scientific research because big scientific projects are funded by public money. And it should not happen, should never happen that the money that is put in a certain research project goes waste. So if you are being funded by any government agency or any non-government organization, you are accountable for your outcomes. You must work and give fruitful results. Ethical norms in research also help to build support for research. People, when you share your findings with people, they feel that they can trust the quality and integrity of research. The norms of research promote a variety of important moral and social values like human rights, public health, protection of environment. For researchers in India, the most important aspect is to adhere by, to follow the norms laid down by UGC. There are various research bodies all over the world. The WHO, World Health Organization, and United States, Australian, the British and European Union's ethical regulatory bodies. But being Indian scholars, we need to first be aware of the norms laid down by our own University Grants Commission that has created the Consortium for Research Ethics, known by the short form CARE, that was formed in 2018. And further, the UGC also constituted one body to offer further recommendations for procedures and norms regarding integrity in the conduct and production and dissemination of academic research, that was under the chairmanship of Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar, Vice Chancellor, BHU. The UGC CARE norms are very important for us, and one must be aware of these laws, because these are the rules that we cannot forget and we must follow. This document, Good Academic Research Practices, published by the UGC in September 2020, it is available on the web for free download, and it consists of all the essential norms of ethical behavior and all the norms regarding good research. I urge all of you to get a copy of it and get it printed and bound and keep it by your side all the time while you are doing research, because this happens to be our guidebook. In our discussion today, we will also refer to this book and the norms which are constituted therein. First, let us look at the way we have to understand the research ecosystem. Research is a system, it's an ecosystem which consists of interlinked entities like institutions, researchers, funders, products, and publishers. This is a system of all these interlinked factors. It's a dynamic global ecosystem where all the stakeholders with diverse incentives and interests are joined together, and they have common stake in research integrity. This integrity has certain shared values that include ethics, that include other factors like transparency, respect, impartiality, and accountability. We shall look into all these factors one by one. I'm aware, I'm very much aware that our session is the last session of the day, and we are using very, very loaded terms heavy and
Sir,
loaded.
you can continue, sir. No problem, sir. Terms are not heavy. They are very vital. I am just reading out the comments in the comment box, and audience is extremely pleased.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you very much. Because one always is afraid of making people sleep when one is giving a philosophical talk. And today we are dealing with ethics, which is a major branch of philosophy. And I'll be using words like accountability, transparency. And that is why I needed to clarify that this is very essential. This is very heavy, but this is essential. We will try to understand these words one by one, and we will very seriously try to understand their meanings. So the values that we need to give importance to are rigor, accountability, transparency, impartiality, independence, relevance, respect. One by one, we will very briefly see what we mean by these things. First of all, we begin with the research ethics. Research is conducted in an ethical manner, ensuring dignity, rights, safety, privacy within this researcher ecosystem. Dignity, rights, safety, and privacy have always been protected by ethical researcher. What do we mean by it? For a literary researcher, for example, you are researching, you have taken up a novel belonging to a certain community, say transgendered people. You must ensure that while commenting or while writing about them, you think about their dignity. Or if you are writing about a certain nation, a certain religious group, then you should be aware of their rights. If you are writing about weaker sections, then you should be aware about their safety. And when you are writing about an author and his or her private life, then you should be aware about the privacy of that person. We have a right to delve into the personal life of authors, but how deep to go is decided by our ethical sense. So every person has right to privacy. Don't step beyond a certain line. For a researcher, rigor is very important, because rigor means you will produce a high quality design, you will use reliable data, you will use appropriate methods, you will have rigorous and careful analysis, and you will have transparent reporting and interpretation of the results. Rigor, in simple words, this is somewhat closer to the simple term hard work. This rigor or sustained hard work, because there should be no search for shortcuts when we are doing research. There should be no compromise on quality. Transparency is synonymous with honesty, and transparency should be there in developing, undertaking, reviewing, reporting, communicating research in a fair, comprehensive, and unbiased fashion. I'm doing research on a certain aspect of certain author or certain decade in literature. I should be transparent about what I intend to do, what I am doing. Although literary research is not a secretive affair like the scientific research, we as researchers, we have to be transparent, especially when we are doing research in fields like ELLT, when we need to find something connected with the phenomenon of education and we are going into field work. At that time, we should be transparent about our purpose. For example, if we are visiting a school, a rural school, and we are trying to understand what are the obstacles in the education process there, we should be transparent to tell them that we have come here to collect data regarding that problem or English language teaching conducted at that particular school. At all stages of research, this transparency should be maintained. Researchers have to be independent entities. Research functions must be insulated from other influences. This may be profitable for some people. This may be profitable, not profitable for other people, the research. But that those factors should not influence our decisions in research. This is not very directly related to literary research, but try to think about the people who govern us. Are we influenced by the philosophy or the ideology of the ruling party while doing research? We should not be. Because that means giving up our independence. When Nazi people were ruling Germany, all the research had to be in line with the Nazi philosophy. And the result was that many researchers, they escaped to other free countries like the United States of America for pursuing their research because their independence was at stake. We have our right to be objective, and we should be allowed independence in the design, conduct, analysis, interpretation, and dissemination of research and research findings. So while writing about anything, do not let any influence overpower your sense of judgment. This kind of influence, I particularly mentioned the ruling party or ruling parties will change. But a research scholar cannot think about what the rulers like or what they don't like. We are not for pleasing anyone. We are here in search of truth. A very important question is the question of relevance. We are the creators of new knowledge, and our job is to expand the knowledge base and understanding the environment and ecosystem. Research advances the short and long-term goals of humanity. For a literary researcher, our endeavor should be relevant. I'll just give you one example and you will understand it perfectly. Some time ago, there was a talk of a doctoral thesis, of course, not carried out by one Indian scholar, but an American scholar who studied the amount of alcohol consumed by the characters in the novels of Ernest Hemingway. Now, is this kind of topic relevant? What will you get? What will you get by studying the amount of alcohol consumed by Hemingway's characters? We all know they consume alcohol, and there are names of different wines. So this particular scholar, he has given who consumed how much whiskey, all these things meticulously. But in the end, what is the use of such research? Is it relevant? So for us, relevance has to be kept in view. We may do research not for the sake of doing research, but for expanding the existing body of knowledge, for increasing knowledge, for addition to the knowledge. And that is why our thesis, our research topic must be relevant. Impartiality is very important. I may belong to a certain religious organization. I am, of course, a citizen of a certain country. I belong to a certain social group, but that should not make me biased. Objectivity and lack of bias are the core principles of research. That is why you should not look through the colored lenses of your own bias. We should avoid conflict of interests when we set priorities or when we make collaborations or when we choose questions. We should be unbiased. I may not personally like certain people, but that should not affect my research. Impartiality is very important in research. Respect for other cultures, respect for other people's heritage is very important. When I am writing and coming to certain conclusions, if those conclusions are harmful, if they are against the respect or if they go against the dignity of certain group, I should avoid publishing such results. Process of research should go with the process of giving respect. There are certain norms, there are certain traditions of societies. Those traditions are to be respected. They may be alien. For example, we are in no way connected to Jewish traditions. But does it mean that we can write disrespectfully about those traditions? We may not like a certain Jewish tradition. None of us are Jew. But we have to give respect to their culture, their tradition, their heritage. Respect for other individuals and their cultures, their heritage is very important. For a literary scholar, this is a very necessary quality. Now, accountability. Your research will comply with both the spirit and letter of relevant rules and procedures, just as I referred to the CARE, UGC CARE. Those norms are to be respected and you will be held responsible. Now, one thing I must warn you against. You cannot say that I was not aware of the UGC CARE norms and that is why I have violated them. No. That doesn't provide any excuse. So you have to be aware of laws and you have to follow them. In any kind of research, there are 3 steps. As research scholars and students, you are well aware of these 3 steps. First is designing the research. Second is actual conduct of research. And third is research dissemination. In all these 3 stages, you have to be ethical. Ethics is important in all these 3 stages. From the very first stage, ethics plays an important role. In research design, you have to describe the objectives, develop a project plan with milestones, ensure the viability of the study. Is the research viable? Do we have that expertise? Then you have to keep abreast with the relevant regulatory, ethical, organizational, and other guidelines. Are we following the guidelines? These things you have to keep in mind while designing your research, while planning your thesis. In the first stage itself, you must be aware of all these norms. You should seek requisite licenses, approvals, and permissions in advance. If you want to use someone else's material, if you want to reprint it in your thesis, then you have to get their permission in advance. After publishing, I will think about it. Don't do this because it is unethical. The very important thing about research is you have to avoid this thing called as research misconduct. Research misconduct is defined as fabrication, falsification, or plagiarism in proposing, performing, or reviewing research, in reporting research results. Stay away from these 3 demons: fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. See what is the meaning of these concepts. Fabrication is making up data or results. Data collection is involved in linguistic research and research in ELT. You want to show that you have visited 100 schools, which you haven't. You have visited only 7 schools. But on paper, you can go to 100 schools. You can make up that data. That will be fabrication. Falsification is manipulating research materials, equipment, or processes, or changing or omitting data or results such that the research is not accurately represented in the research report. You want to show that a certain method of teaching English is very, very, very effective. And accordingly, you will manipulate that data. Accordingly, you will show the results of different institutions. Maybe school education or higher education. If you manipulate it, then it will be an instance of falsification. Or in literary research, if you omit certain opinions of certain critics and only highlight certain opinions of certain other critics which support your hypothesis, that also is a kind of falsification. And the third demon is plagiarism, the appropriation of other person's ideas, processes, results, or words without giving appropriate credit. These are very important things. Fabrication is data manipulation. For fabrication also, you have to be creative. Now, there is a certain image, there is a certain photograph, there is a certain graph. You can change it because today softwares are available and softwares can do magic. So images are changed, photographs are changed, the data is changed in certain creative ways so as to help our research. That fabrication is not allowed. We manipulate research materials, equipments, or processes, or omit the data. That falsification is also not allowed. And the most rampant thing today in our field of research in literature and language is plagiarism. A researcher using others' material in such a way that it presents misleading picture of being the researcher's own contribution. This is the theft of idea. This is like stealing someone else's property. Now, for plagiarism, you have to be very, very sure that you are not repeating anyone else's ideas. Or if you are using someone else's concepts, then you are giving them due credit. Don't become a thief, because if you steal something, there'll be a time when that theft will come to light. Plagiarism is to be avoided. Plagiarism can be checked because it can be unintentional. If I write something, it may accidentally resemble something which was written by someone sometime, somewhere. So there are websites which provide you free services of plagiarism check. Use them and avoid plagiarism. Use the UGC regulations for plagiarism. Use that website researchexperts.in and follow these guidelines very carefully. We will go into certain basic practices to be observed. In general, we should not use anything without giving the author his or her due credit. If you are using another author's text or data or method or anything, we should give credit. All IPR, intellectual property, regardless of format, it may be in a visual format, it may be an audio, it may be written down printed material, or it may be taken from some website. All such material taken from whatever source, whatever medium, has to be credited to that particular author. Researchers should neither submit previously published results without proper attribution, nor submit the same manuscript to multiple journals simultaneously. So if I have written an article and if I decide to contribute it to 3 journals, thinking that whoever accepts it, let him publish it first, that is not acceptable, not ethical. And remember, whatever happens in a conference is also to be regarded as published material, and that also has to be cited appropriately. If someone reads a paper at some conference and if you take up that idea for your research, then you have to cite it and you have to give that credit to that scholar. It is not recorded, it is not published, that is why you can use it freely. It's not the case. You have to give that scholar his or her due. Then references to unpublished work of other authors, they are also necessary, and you have to mention it that you have taken certain thing from certain unpublished source. For example, you can take something from some diary of some author which is not published, but as a researcher you got access to that diary and you are using it, so you have to give reference of that source. Reviewers, many of us work as reviewers of certain journals. We have to make it sure that until it is published, that part is confidential. If I am an editor of a magazine or a journal, and if I get some material for publication, I cannot release it prior to publication. Unless it is published, it remains confidential. And again, you may not be aware. You may be referring to your own work carried out previously, but in such instance also, you have to give the reference. Otherwise, it becomes self-plagiarism. So you have published certain thing and you are again referring to that published thing written by you, but you are not giving reference. That is unethical. Self-plagiarism is also a kind of intellectual theft. You are stealing from your own self. The third stage of research after designing and after carrying out research is dissemination. Dissemination or publication is a very important stage. Research findings are maybe of interest to other people. Research findings are essential. They have to be published. They have to be shared with the people and with the evaluators. But you have to choose the correct format and the correct time for that. We shall see what are the factors involved in this process of dissemination. Choose appropriate medium for publication. Always choose a publication which will be appropriate for your research. Certain mandatory things are there. The book must have international standard book number. Journal must have international standard serial number. See whether the publisher is a reputed publishing house. Search for it on the internet. See what kind of books are published by that publisher. Then only give your manuscript to that publisher. Or if you are talking about a journal, It may be a web journal or print journal. See whether that journal is relevant to the research undertaken by you. And most important thing is the journal has to be a listed journal. Otherwise, your publication will be regarded as irrelevant. Try to publish in UGC CARE listed journal or other international lists like Scopus. You have to search for that, and you have to be aware of two things today. First thing is the cloned journals, which is called as hijacked journals. And second thing is predatory journals. Let us see what is a cloned journal. This is a very new phenomenon, a recent phenomenon, and very, very dangerous thing. What happens is a certain publisher or certain academician contacts you and tells you that we want your article for this journal, UGC CARE listed journal. Everything is the same. I mean, the web page of that is identical to the original web page. They use the authentic journals ISSN, but they don't actually exist. And you are very happy that my research is published in UGC CARE listed journal. Actually, it is not, because they are just cloning. How to identify? How to identify that it is a clone journal? First of all, search for all the information on the internet. Try to verify whether the person who has contacted you is really on the editorial board. Listed journals, they never seek articles. Listed journals, they never take money from you. They never guarantee publication. And in this case, if you pay money, you are guaranteed publication. So one thing is cloned journals. That is fake journals, using the name of UGC CARE listed journals in India or Scopus or other listed journals internationally. Another thing is predatory journals. So also the same thing. But they will make false claims like we are peer-reviewed international journal, but they won't send your article for peer review process. They just pay and publish. If you pay certain amount, you will get notification that your article is accepted and it will be published. You have to search whether it is an authentic journal, whether it has a website, whether it has a publishing policy, whether it has a good editorial board. Many times there is no editorial board. And what kind of articles are published. Go through the previous issues of that journal. You will find out the quality of the journal. And predatory journals, they will just publish your article once you pay them certain amount. If you publish in such journals, your research is as good as not published, as good as unpublished. It has gone waste. So better to send it to good listed journals. It may be rejected once, twice. You will be asked to revise it, reformat it, but go for good quality journals. Or if you decide to publish a book, go for a good publisher. Good publishers have their teams of editors. They'll review your manuscript, they'll give you suggestions. Other publishers, they'll ask for money and publish whatever you give them. They are like tailors. You give them certain clothes and ask them to stitch it for you, they'll stitch it. Don't go for such publishers. Go for internationally reputed publishers. There should be no conflict of interest in the research process. This is particularly a danger when you become a reviewer. If I am reviewing for a certain journal, I am a peer reviewer and I receive certain article, and it surprises me because I am also doing research on the same thing. It is beneficial for me to suppress that article or reject that article because it resembles my own research, and I will finish my own article early and I will publish it and I'll get the credit. This is a dangerous ethical problem, and I should here there is a conflict of interest. Or if someone is paying me to publish certain thing, I will be giving positive reviews about that person. There is a conflict of interest. So this COI, which can arise in many instances, has to be avoided. As I told you in the beginning, I'm aware that we don't have much time, but as I told you in the beginning, I will not just cite rules and I will not just make you aware of observing certain rules, but I will also request you to instill certain qualities in your mind. Certain qualities which are necessary for a good researcher. The first quality is the quality of courage. You need courage. In research, you have to decide that you are going to deal with a challenging question, and in the earlier lecture that problem was highlighted. For some text there are no secondary materials, it becomes challenging. Do you have the courage to take up that kind of research? You should have. Research is hard work, and research is a risky business. It's all about risking failure. Will it be accepted? Will I succeed, or is there any danger of failure? You have to take the chance. So first thing, while undertaking any research, even literary research, is courage. Don't be afraid of difficult questions. Don't be afraid of dealing with difficult questions. What is the use of doing research on a concept or a literary piece which is reviewed by thousands of people? I often come across students who say that I won't deal with that author because there is no secondary source available. So what? Go for original research. Formulate your own methodology. You have to have courage. Resoluteness. Research project, as I told you, is a hard work. And many times we feel interested in the beginning, later on we lose that interest, and we may lose it because of other people's reactions. We may lose interest because of simply boredom or lack of inspiration. That should not happen. You should be resolute. You should be firm in your determination of carrying out the research. Research is not entertainment. Try to understand. It is hard work. So this is the value which is one of very essential values in ethical dimension. In the end, sincerity is central. Be sincere. While choosing the problem, while conducting the research, while publishing the research, at every stage, be sincere. Sincerity only will lead you to truth. That is the core of ethical science, sincerity. Be sincere. Now, these things, sincerity, resoluteness, courage, they are not brought about by any law. They are not brought about by any law. They are to be there in your own mind. You cannot have a law about courage or sincerity or respectfulness. You have to have these values in your mind. So I would request you not to consider these things as rules. Rules can be bent, laws can be broken. Ethical norms have to be instilled as integral values in our mind. In our mind, we have to decide whether we will be sincere, whether we will respect certain cultures, whether we will be honest, and then we will be called as ethical researchers. Today, this is very important aspect of any kind of research. And there are many bodies all around the world formulating rules. There are many committees. In every university, there is a committee. In every nation, there is a regulatory body. But there are numerous rules and numerous ways to bypass those rules. Ethics, we chose this discussion today because I wanted to highlight this very important aspect of the process of research. And I am very grateful to all the participants who I hope who are listening to me at the end of the day. I am very grateful to them for giving me their precious time. Let me thank the organizers, Shivaji College, the principal, Dr. Jadhav, and the organizer, Dr. Rohidas Nitonde, for giving me an opportunity to be a resource person for you. I'm delighted, I'm pleased, and I feel proud to be a part of this venture, this capacity building venture. And I'm sure that all the future sessions will also be very informative. I hope that I have been able to provide some useful suggestions to you. Now I invite questions if you have any.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable presentation and guidance. I request the audience to raise the hands so that we can go for the Q&A session. Already we are running out of time, but still we can get a chance for a couple of questions if there are. Most important thing is, as I said in the introduction itself, Professor Nivargi had been mentor to 16 doctoral candidates who have successfully completed their PhDs. That itself is evident how he is, you know, grooming the research culture in this part of the country. One more thing is, he is with the time. How? Because on each and every slide, you might have noticed that how much care he is taking. Because researchers, and sir, one thing I should tell you is that all the participants in this program, they have voluntarily participated in this program, and it is not for the sake of career advancement purpose. Nobody is going to claim this certificate and this duration that they have spent with us for the career advancement. Every one of them really wants to learn something and to enhance his or her own capacity. So these are motivated young aspiring minds in our country, and we are fortunate to have them with us, and they will certainly follow the instructions that you have imparted to them. And I like that you said that it would not be accepted that you made a mistake because you were not aware of the care and the other things. So ignorance will not be tolerated. That is the advice that you gave, and every details that you shared with them, they would be taking note of this. And one more thing, this session, entire session is recorded, and all of them, they are given access to the recorded sessions. Tomorrow morning, all of them, they would be able to see the video, and for any number of times, the participants can watch this video again and again. Whatever the part they want to note down, they can replay it, pause it, and forward or reverse the video. So the intention is to sensitize people, those who are really sensitive. And we are fortunate to bring today such a resource person like you, who has aptly sensitized the young minds, so that for the coming generations we can be very much happy that they would be with research ethics in our profession. Once again, thank you, sir. For me, there is no question, only there are positive comments from the participant side. Once again, on behalf of the management of MSP Mandal Sri Shivaji College Parbhani, and on my personal level, I extend my sincere thanks to our today's resource person, Professor M.M. Nivargi sir, for his valuable contribution to this project. Thank you, sir, and have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, for the participant friends, you may have certain questions regarding the course. Dr. Deepak C. Dharne has turned on his microphone. Dr. Deepak sir, do you have any doubt, or do you want to say something? We have not had an interaction session or introduction session. We missed it. Okay. I think nobody has no doubt, no clarification is required. With this, let us say the day is done. So today we shall stop here. Tomorrow again we will meet as usual at 12:45 p.m. So till then, goodbye. Tomorrow morning you would find the videos in Great Learning app. That's all. Have a nice time. Goodbye. Let us end the meet.